I did indicate that I was given alphabet soup in the sense that we were short-staffed and I was given a lot of projects. By the end of April, I had already, I was in the process of finalizing 2 investigations and drafting charge sheets, etc., for 2 matters in under 8 weeks or 7 weeks. And after speaking to my former DDPP, he reminded me that, or his words were, once you started showing your grit, Mr. Perumal's team, the Eastern Cape team, had approached Advocate Johnson and asked that I now join their team as a prosecutor.
And why is it called the Eastern Cape team?
When I started, they were still under secondment and they were being housed in a DPP's office in Eastern Cape. They were not permanently based in Pretoria. They are still not permanently based in Pretoria. They still do travel. So we refer to them, or they were referred to as the Eastern Cape team. There was a prosecutor that was dealing with all their matters, and it was 13 matters that had been placed on the roll already. And when I got the SMS or the WhatsApp, it was not from Advocate Johnson directly. It was from the senior state advocate on those matters, who had informed me it is an instruction of the ID that you are now placed on this team in these matters. I had approached my deputy director, sorry, and I'd asked him, but now you're adding, I've already got 7 cases that are mine that I now need to work on, and I'm being added to matters that are already on the court roll that I have to play catch up. And I was told it's the ID's instructions. And I must be honest, when I started working with the Eastern Cape team, you're still learning personalities, and I did find them to be competent. There's a saying in our office that Mr. Perumal can sell you sugar from your own tea. He's very articulate. He would make you believe that this is going in this direction. So I did trust the team in 2023.
So in the Eastern Cape team, as you call it, it was Mr. Perumal and who else?
It's Mr. Perumal, it's Mr. I'll give you the composition from 2023. It's Mr. Perumal, who's the leader. It's Mr. Beluchin, Mr. Mbalo, Mr. Mazibukwana, and there was a warrant officer, Williams, but he's recently been boarded off or retired, something to that effect. So it was that, and then it was the senior state advocate.
Did they not have their own DDPP?
I alluded to it, but I will address it now. When it came to that team, they would even bypass the DDPP. They would go directly to Advocate Johnson with everything, even authorizations, lack of authorizations, enrollment documents, etc.
I hear that. That is how they behaved. But structurally...
Yes, Advocate Law was our DDPP for the security cluster.
Paul Lowe.
Correct.
He was their DDPP.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And not based in the Eastern Cape?
No, we were based in Pretoria. And then I had various interactions with Advocate Johnson based on my previous testimony with regards to the addendum rather than doing a brand new 28. I had informed the Commission about my approach on the matter, the second matter where I was in the process of drafting the charge sheet. So when I was called in July for the first July 2023 for the first Section 27 referral that I make reference to and how it was done in my first statement, it was myself and another state advocate who started on the same day as me. We both started on the 1st of March 2023, and he's a very good prosecutor. We were spoken about in management meetings about the work, the input, the hard work that we were doing at that time. It is in July 2023 that I realized that if I may just quote, when Captain McLean found out that I was going to be working with Advocate Johnson so closely and with the Eastern Cape team, because he had previously worked with them, and because I was working on multiple matters with him, he called me aside and he spoke. We had coffee and he said to me, "You're naive." And I agreed. I was new to the environment. That was very new to me. I was coming from the regional courts. This was a specialized unit that had its own set of rules. And he said to me, if you don't be careful, if you don't ensure that you document and they will ruin your career. And so in a way, it opened my eyes to observing more than believing. But I believe that because in 2023, in July, when we received the first 27, the only other one that I dealt with, I had the support of Binang Tumane Binang and Mansara Peso. So whenever Mr. Perumal tried to deviate or tried to, what is the word that Mr. Rapeso used? Run tricks. The three of us backed each other to ensure that the investigation was in line and lawful. So when I spoke about being chosen for this diversion project, in hindsight, now that I've looked at all the evidence and I've replayed conversations between myself and Advocate Johnson as well as Mr. Perumal, I am of the opinion that they were attempting to groom me into a prosecutor that would follow that line of march.
And when you say that line of march, what do you mean?
Do as you're told, but prosecute with the skill that you have.
Okay, so basically Mr. Perumal would be calling the shots and you must just do the prosecutorial aspect of it. Utilize your skill, but don't ask questions.
Correct.
Okay.
That is, in hindsight, that is how I'm sitting back and looking at it. And I will elaborate on why I say this and the things that were said to me towards February 2025 when we start with my statements.
You referred to Mr. Binang and Mr. Rapesu. So they were part of the Perumal team that you are now being roped into?
No. One of the bones of contention in 2023 already was that when Advocate Johnson compiled the team for the 27 in 2023, she had completely excluded Mr. Perumal's team members or the subordinates. And she had handpicked Mr. Rapesu and Mr. Binang. At that point, they were reporting to Mr. Rulof or Colonel Rulofsa. They later started reporting to Mr. Perumal, and then once they started in July 2020, well, let me put it this way, in September 2023, when Mr. Binang and Mr. Rapesu started objecting to the trickery of Mr. Perumal. I'm quoting the word. And the shortcuts in investigations and trying to create a narrative during an investigation. It was then in 2023 that Mr. Binang was victimized by Advocate Johnson and Mr. Perumal. And then when diversion happened, Mr. Mlambo and Mr. Rapesu were victimized by Mr. Perumal when questions were being asked.
Mr. McLean, when he spoke to you, he must have said why. Did he say why? He says to you, be careful, they will ruin your career, you're being naive.
He didn't go into great detail. He just said that they are dangerous people and they don't follow the rules. I'm paraphrasing.
He didn't speak to anything in particular that was happening in the environment that makes him say, they're dangerous people, you have to be careful, they'll ruin your career if you are not careful.
Am I allowed to not answer that?
Well, I guess
Yes, there was.
of interest and relevance to us, or at least to me, is how far back do the problems, the kind of things we are looking at now, even if not specific to these facts, but is there an institutional problem? This about crime intelligence and General Masemola, are these isolated, a new development when IDEC has been playing by the rules and doing everything right by the book until recently, November 2024, leading to now. So the warning from Mr. McLean seems to suggest that there were concerns already by the time you joined.
Confirm. And I did make mention of it in my statement, my first statement. I'm trying to be diplomatic about this. There are problems with.
Okay, I'm happy to park it. I'm going to make a note. I'd like to come back to give you the chance to reflect on how you want to
I can
deal
answer
with
it now, Commissioner.
You're happy to do that? Okay,
I will answer it now.
Okay.
I have done numerous memos about the poor investigation, the targeting, the irregular activities of the Eastern Cape team and the matters that they have enrolled in IDAC. I also said to the commissioners last week that recently when I fought to receive the actual document, the docket, I found, myself and my co-prosecutor, we found documentation hidden in the C-clip that actually exonerated the accused, and we did a memo for the charges to be withdrawn in totality. I've also alerted Advocate Johnson in writing to the fact that multiple matters that are enrolled by Mr. Perumal's team within the IDAC space under Advocate Johnson's control from 2022 do not have the proper authorization.
All right. Thank you. We'll leave it for now. Thanks.
Ms. Ramsamy, Mr. Perumal and Mr. Beluchan, they were there before Advocate Johnson's appointment.
Correct.
Okay, so she found them there.
Correct.
Okay.
Your realization that what was required of you was a pliable or a malleable prosecutor, was that as a result of the caution by Mr. McLean, or was it your own realization?
Captain McLean gave me the warning in April 2023, May 2023. I chose to accept the warning and proceed with caution, but to also make up my own mind. Towards January, the end of January 2025, I did alert the commissioners to my instincts kicked in, and my gut was not sitting well. I was very uneasy about the events of December. But in January 2025, I came to the conclusion that I was just a puppet. In the 27 referral from 2023, after the prosecutor, the other state advocate was removed and the deputy director came on board, he provided a very firm hand to the investigations and the manner in which the investigation was conducted, to a point where Mr. Perumal would remind Mr. Binang and Mr. Rapesu that he is their commander. So the fact that I had strong support in the form of a senior, that is why I was not completely alerted to what was happening at that point. I must also make it very clear that when I did stand up to Mr. Perumal about that 27 referral, and I cannot speak to the aspect that I spoke up or I stood up about because it is sub judice. Advocate Johnson sent me an email and instructed me that I had to reply to office gossip, in the form of a memo. And preceding that meeting where myself and Mr. Binang informed Advocate Johnson of the problems that Mr. Perumal, or the wrongdoings that Mr. Perumal was attempting to proceed with. That is what I spoke about, where I was made redundant for 9 months. I was insulted by Advocate Johnson in open meetings. I was basically told to, her words to me were, well, you'll have to prove yourself to me now after this, Drew.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, one last aspect.
Yes.
Sorry. Actually, it's two. When Advocate Johnson called me into the meeting to hand me the Fadil Adams referral, one of the first things, because she sensed that I was standing and I didn't speak, I just said, morning, Mama, and I stood. And she said, no, sit, I just want to talk to you. I want to tell you, you and I, we were played against each other by Binang. So that was what I was told on the 5th of December, after being redundant for 9 months. The second thing, Advocate Ngube, Commissioners, I do ask permission from Advocate Ngube, if I may proceed, when I deviate. There's a lot in my head, and sometimes it's not relevant. So I have asked for that level of control, because I tend to talk a lot.
Okay, can I just quickly come in on something you touched on? You mentioned your serious disagreement with Mr. Perumal about the 2023 Section 27 referral. And you've mentioned that you don't want to talk about it because it's sub judice. You do touch on that in your statement as well. But what I want to know, I'm not going to ask you about the detail of it if, as you say, you're reluctant about mentioning it in any detail. But what I want to know is there a criminal charge? Surely the sub judice rule cannot apply to the extent of not even being able to say yes or no. Is there a criminal charge? If so, laid by whom, against whom? That's it. I'm not asking any further question.
A criminal charge with regards to the 27 referral.
What you say is sub judice both now and also in your statement, and which you say both now and in your statement you do not want to talk about. That's what I'm asking you about.
Yes, the matter is in court.
Is in court?
It's in court.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, before you start, when you've mentioned it again now, but when you testified the last time, you did mention the fact of your being made redundant.
Correct.
Can you just explain how that, what in fact happened? I'm not asking you for the reason for being made redundant, but you're still on the job. What does it mean? What does it mean you sat in a corner, were not involved in matters, or you were told to go home until we call you? How has it manifested?
I'll speak of both 2023-24 and this year. In 2023-24, I was not given any new projects to work on. I was only allowed to work on the court matters that emanate from, that were already in court. The senior advocate that had placed those matters in court, I had to assist him. I was basically an assistant. And then this year, matters that I had been working on for 3 years. In February, I'm forced to finalize consultation with all my witnesses within 2 months and provide a detailed report in preparation for trial, only to be told that I'm no longer on the matter. Matters I was removed from in 2024, I'm now being put back on those matters when they are already set down for trial. It was a matter of just frustrating me. I was a little pawn that was being told, you go here, you go there, but there was no actual work that I was supposed to do.
And according to you, what was the reason for you being treated this way that rendered you redundant? What were you said, or what did you understand to be said you've done wrong?
There was a meeting in February this year, and Advocate Johnson asked the project manager to record it and give it to me. Because of the nature and the factors, I have not provided it. In that meeting, Advocate Johnson alerts my colleagues to the fact that she doesn't trust me anymore, and that I'm going around telling people that Johnson gives me these big projects, you can't touch me, which I do, and eventually did find out who took that to her, and it was not in the context that I said it. I had gone to my deputy director and said, I do not know why Advocate Johnson is giving me these matters, because I cannot work with that team. I cannot. And that was after an incident that I will discuss. And only the first portion was taken to her. But also, at that point, I was really frustrated with everything and the manner in which that project diversion was. So I was being blatantly frustrating. And I was hoping to be moved out of the project.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. Okay, so now let's start with your statement. Part 2.
from paragraph 1.
Yes, we can start with paragraph 1.
This is part 2 of my statement dealing with specific investigations undertaken by IDAC during 2024 and 2025. In this statement, I will deal with the events that transpired from the 6th of January 2025 after Mr. Perumal and Mr. Rapesu and I consulted with Mr. Adams in Cape Town on the 6th of January 2025. As stated in my first statement, the 4 supplementary affidavits obtained from Mr. Adams and commissioned by Mr. Rapesu are the only statements that I am aware of that Mr. Adams deposed to on that day.
And then events of January 2025.
In fact, on 6 January 2025, after consulting with Mr. Adams, I sent Advocate Johnson a WhatsApp message at...
Can you just pause there? I think it's better if we just flight the WhatsApp message, Commissioners. That is in file 10, page 215. Are you at 215?
Yep. Evening, Advocate Johnson. Apologies for after hours text. Update on diversion. All supplementary affidavits obtained. Mapping of investigation plan complete. Will provide a written report for your office on the plan as soon as we return. May 2025 be blessed, success, good health, and happiness.
And can I just ask you, you mentioned a written report to your office on the plan as soon as we return. Was that written report ever submitted?
No, it was not, because events took place on the 16th of January that required a different approach.
And what would that report have entailed? What would you have included in there?
It would have been the discussions of the fact that Mr. Adams had provided no further information to us, and that although he had not provided further information on the 19th of December after viewing the documents, we had identified possible witnesses to consult with to determine whether there was in fact a reason to proceed.
Okay. So the report is not submitted, but you send this WhatsApp to Advocate Johnson after you've consulted with Mr. Adams, and you reference the supplementary affidavits, and that would be the 4 supplementary affidavits.
Correct.
The next event that then occurs is the 13th of January 2025 on page 2, paragraph 4 of your statement.
I just need to finish reading paragraph 3.
Because you've read the WhatsApp into the record, it's the same, it's a repetition, yes.
On the 13th of January 2025, Mr. Perumal requested a meeting with Mr. Rapesu and me regarding a consultation that Mr. Perumal had with a potential witness, which had not previously been disclosed to us. I was upset.
Sorry. Throughout the statement, you mentioned this witness, and not once do you mention the name. Is there a particular reason for this?
Part of the reasons that I'm not mentioning their names is that they are within the crime intelligence unit of SAPS. It is a danger factor to mention their names.
All right, please continue.
I was upset that a consultation was held with a witness without my knowledge, because in my docket report on the 10th of December 2024, I had specifically stated that the prosecutor must be informed before any interview consultation takes place with any person relating to the matter. Given my uneasiness about this matter, I wanted to make sure that Mr. Perumal was not embarking on a frolic of his own and potentially influencing or compromising witnesses. The instruction was directed at Mr. Perumal and Mr. Padiachi and not Mr. Rapesu.
Before you get to the next paragraph, you have a DDPP for this team, Mr. Lowe, and you have these concerns, as you express in paragraph 4, but we know from your earlier evidence that it's more than that. How come you're not involving him in addressing an issue such as this?
Commissioner Baloy, if we go back to my previous statement, Advocate Johnson had indicated she was going to be the supervisor on the matter, meaning I reported directly to her. So that means I bypass and I was, the secrecy of the matters, if they're not on the designation, I could not discuss it with them. But also...
So he was not on the designation?
He was not on the designation.
Okay. All right.
It was Advocate Manilal that was on the designation. And as in my previous statement part 1, I indicate that Advocate Johnson had said he needs to be there for the purposes of paper. She will supervise. And as we go on, the commissioners will see that he only became aware of the matter later on.
Thank you.
Paragraph 5.
Mr. Perumal informed me that the witness had been flown to the Eastern Cape by the Minister of Police, Minister Mchunu, in order for Mr. Perumal to consult with the witness.
What was your understanding of this? Did you understand it to mean that Minister Mchunu had paid the airfare? If not, what was your understanding?
My understanding is that all arrangements were made by Mr. Mchunu or Minister Mchunu for this witness to consult with Mr. Perumal in Eastern Cape.
My focus is on flown. What did you understand that to mean?
I had assumed that the minister's office had paid for, because I had later met this witness and he would not have been of financial means to have flown himself to Eastern Cape.
All right, thank you.
And this witness was coming from Pretoria?
Correct, from the vetting department of crime intelligence.
Thank you.
Sorry, the procurement department.
Procurement department, thank you.
Is this the witness that you refer to as the forklift witness?
Correct.
Okay. So maybe we should just then refer to it as the forklift witness. Yes.
We'll do that.
I think we do refer to it later on as the forklift witness, but for convenience now you can start referring to the person.
Well, thank you.
Okay. It seems strange to me.
It seems strange to me that Minister Mchunu would be involved in this investigation, but Mr. Perumal did not offer any further details regarding Mr. Mchunu's involvement in the investigation. Mr. Perumal told me that this witness was relevant for the procurement of the forklift by crime intelligence.
Was this the first time that you become aware of, through Mr. Perumal or any other person, of Minister Mchunu's involvement in the work that you are doing here relating to crime intelligence?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Perumal told me that this witness was relevant for the procurement of the forklift by crime intelligence. At that stage, I was not aware that General Jacobs had informed Mr. Rapesu that the inspectorate had to update Mr. Mchunu or Minister Mchunu on Mr. Adams' complaint every 10 days. I mention this because it seems that Mr. Mchunu's involvement was more than just receiving updates from the inspectorate on Mr. Adams' criminal complaint. Paragraph 6. Mr. Perumal indicated that a further consultation could be arranged with this witness, and the consultation was held on the 20th of January 2025, which I deal with later.
Before you read the next sentence, the word "when" must be deleted, the first word. So it starts with Mr. Perumal.
Mr. Perumal. Mr. Perumal said that the witnesses witness evidence was gold, which I understood to mean that Mr. Perumal considered the evidence to be supportive of the allegations of criminal conduct regarding the procurement of the forklift. On the 14th of January 2025, whilst I was attending court at Pretoria North Magistrates Court and chatting in the passages with Advocate Tila Shabalala together with a witness, this witness is in relation to a different matter for the purposes of court. Mr. Mbalo, an investigator from Eastern Cape reporting to Mr. Perumal, and Mr. Belochin. Mr. Belochin told me that he was present at the consultation with my witness.
Does the "my" there refer to Mr. Belochin?
It refers to me.
To your... Oh,
So when he speaks, he says with
Your witness.
okay. I'm asking because you've put it in quotes and you use "my" as if it was Mr. Belochin who said "my." Do you see what I mean?
I understand.
Yes.
It should read with your witness. And that he had even viewed video footage. He was referring to the consultation with the forklift witness that Mr. Perumal had told Mr. Rapesu and me about on the 13th of January 2025. I was concerned that Mr. Belochin was consulting with a witness on project diversion when he had not been designated as a team member on the project. Yet Mr. Rapesu and I, who were designated members, were only informed about the consultation after it had taken place.
Now, why was that such a concern for you, that he's not a designated member and yet he knows things about and has consulted with witnesses regarding this investigation?
One, as explained by Advocate Surunya yesterday, we do not discuss our matters with other team members or other people or other staff members of IDAC. It's a designated team, you discuss it within the designated team. It's also a breach of Section 41(6) for him to have been present at that consultation. But I will
Just remind us, what does 416 say? 416?
It's a section in the NPA Act that does not allow us to discuss investigations with other parties without authorization.
Thank you.
The other concern is something that I will address in paragraph 14.
You continue, paragraph 8.
I asked Mr. Belochin how he could be involved in this matter if he had not been designated as one of the team members, and why he deemed it appropriate to discuss details of this matter in front of Advocate Shabalala and a witness. He smirked and said in a joking way, "I know nothing. I didn't say anything." This incident was very concerning, and on the 16th of January 2025, after Johnson, it should read on another matter. So,
And others must be deleted.
correct. After a scheduled meeting with Advocate Johnson on another matter, I asked if I could have a discussion with her privately regarding project diversion. I asked Advocate Johnson if the designation for project diversion had been extended to include Mr. Belochin, and I expressed my concerns regarding him consulting with a witness and being involved in the investigation if he's not included in the designation. Advocate Johnson told me that she was not aware that Mr. Belochin was party to the consultation that was held with the forklift witness. Advocate Johnson told me that a presentation would be held on the 22nd of January 2025 regarding project diversion, and that I should include my concerns in the presentation for discussion at the meeting. Advocate Johnson sent an email to all designated members and Mr. Sissoko, including that she wanted a presentation on the 22nd of January 2025 about project diversion. On that same day, Mr. Perumal emailed a draft presentation to Mr. Rapesu, Padiachi, and me, Annex MMR 12 of Mr. Rapesu's witness statement. In his covering email, he asked for the for input before the presentation was to be submitted to Advocate Johnson ahead of 22 January 2025 meeting.
Just before you continue with paragraph 10, Commissioners, if that would be Mr. Rapesu's file, if you could take Mr. Rapesu's file and go to MMR 12, we will flight the presentation as well. It was dealt with during his evidence. We are flighting it as well, Chair. So that is the email that was sent on the 16th, MM12.
Correct. From Dylan Perumal to Trishantha Ramsamy, Mansoor Rapesu, Brian Padiachi. Subject, diversion presentation. Good day, colleagues. Please provide input before we submit to the ID. Kind regards.
Now we can deal with the presentation, which is on the next page, and we'll also flight that. Okay, the first under background. We'll start on background. Just wait for it to
Sure.
appear on your screen. Thank you. There we go. So you can read your paragraph 10, and we will follow on the presentation.
Sorry, maybe before you read that paragraph 10, let me ask you a question on an earlier paragraph. When Mr. Perumal tells you that he's consulted with this witness who was flown to meet with him by the minister, did you not ask how does Perumal end up with this witness? How did you know there's this witness to speak to?
Commissioner,
It seems to me, especially in the light of your concern, and you're the prosecutor in charge, it seems to me a natural question in the light of your concerns to ask, how did you happen upon this witness?
Commissioner, to be very honest with you, I learned very early what to ask and when to ask Mr. Perumal questions. It would be if I wanted those sort of answers, it would be on the smoker's balcony while he's having a smoke and I'm having my coffee and we can just have a chat. That would be the time but I had not asked him that question.
Did you ever find out or formed a view, an opinion about how he ends up with this witness?
I did, Commissioner, and it will become clearer.
You will speak to it later. All right. Thank you.
Okay, you can read paragraph 10 and we will flight the presentation.
I wish to highlight the following important aspects about the presentation, the draft presentation that Mr. Perumal sent on that day. In the presentation, under the heading Background, Mr. Perumal states that a member of Parliament and member of the Portfolio Committee on Police submitted an affidavit in terms of Section 27 to the ID, urging that criminal investigations help to be initiated by the IDAC on the following allegations. The reporting of a fictitious housebreaking and theft case by Major General Lushaba in 2022. Whilst he was the Acting Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, and the subsequent manipulation of the ensuing criminal investigation utilizing crime intelligence resources. The procurement of a forklift utilizing funds from the COVID CI account, circumventing of procurement processes, and the non-delivery of the forklift to date. The promotions and/or appointments, in brackets gratification, to specific senior managers and officers within the Crime Intelligence Division and manipulation of vetting standards and processes, in brackets again, gratification, for specific senior managers of the SAPs, and the abuse of the COVID funds with regard to expenditure incurred and resources of the Political Killings Task Team, and for the benefit of the former Minister of Police. Purchase of 2 properties using COVID funds, in brackets PTA and KZN. The use of COVID funds to pay for high hotel accommodation and expenses for the current DivCom, Lieutenant General Kumalo and Lushaba.
Continue, paragraph 11.
I specifically quoted the presentation to highlight to the commissioners that in January 2025, when Mr. Perumal prepared his presentation, he too referred to a Section 27 affidavit that had allegations about the forklift, the PKTT, and the Secret Service Fund. This is further corroboration of Mr. Rapesu and my version of the contents of the Section 27 referral affidavit that we saw on the 5th and 6th of December 2024.
And then on page 4 of the presentation, you can read in your statement and we'll follow on the...
I do not have the file.
You read your statement and we will follow the presentation on the screen.
Thank you. On page 4 of the presentation, Mr. Perumal stated that the A1 affidavits obtained from Mr. Adams in the various case dockets needed supplementing. He also states importantly that on the 6th of January 2025, we, Mr. Perumal and Rapesu and I, traveled to Cape Town and consulted extensively with the MP. Importantly, he states supplementary affidavits were obtained from him, being Mr. Adams, for all the cases reported by him. Once again, this shows that as far as Mr. Perumal was concerned, when he prepared the presentation in January 2025, the affidavits that were obtained from Mr. Adams on the 6th of January 2025 were supplementary affidavits. No mention is made of a new A1 affidavit or affidavits.
Continue.
On 19 January 2025, I added a portion to the presentation which dealt with the prosecutor's input on the project and submitted the presentation to Advocate Johnson and Mr. Sissoko. On the 20th of January 2025...
Before you go to the 20th of January, we're just going to flight what you added to the presentation, and that is in file 10. The presentation starts at page 218, but we're focusing on page 229 from 229. That would be the prosecutorial input. That's what you would have added.
Correct.
To Mr. Perumal's presentation.
Correct.
And you deal with the various cases emanating from Mr. Adams' Section 27 referral.
Correct.
Now, we are going to deal later with up to page 234, but if we could go to page 236, which refers to your concerns, because that is relevant for purposes of why Advocate Johnson said that you should add or deal with your concerns in the presentation. And at 236, you then set out your concerns.
May I read it into
lady was being approached? What was the concern that she was being approached? Was she not considered to be a witness?
But my major concern was that Mr. Perumal was insisting that she must be found and that she must be placed in witness protection and that she must be consulted with because she's vital. And despite my numerous instructions that she is not supposed to be approached at this point, given the early stages of the investigation, I was in High Court and I received on the 20th of January, I received a WhatsApp message from a team member indicating that, from Mr. Rapesu, indicating that he was contacted to fetch Mr. Perumal from the airport and that they were in the process of going to hunt down the witness. Despite the fact that I had, even in the presence of, in my instructions on the 10th of December, I'm still being overlooked, bypassed, and ignored, and he's still proceeding. At that point, I sent a message while I was in court saying, no action on diversion is to be taken today.
Okay. So then you say the last bullet point is all other aspects of the above investigation will be discussed during the presentation due to its sensitivity.
Correct. We had received instructions from Advocate Johnson that we are not to document everything that she considered sensitive. I do deal with it later where we also get instructions not to email or WhatsApp, that sort of communication, anything written.
Okay. The instruction not to document everything, does that mean that some of your discussions and decisions, as matters stand now, they are in your heads? There's no record at either. What does that instruction mean?
Commissioner, I make very detailed notes. Very, very detailed notes of every meeting, and I have supplied them. I've also volunteered to provide the originals for ink age analysis to determine that I did take those notes at that time.
I understand. You clearly did not follow instructions. You were not supposed to document. I'm asking a different question. And more an institutional question, that instruction, am I correct, means today that there are matters that were discussed, there are decisions that were taken and acted upon even that are not recorded anywhere. When I say they're in your heads, we would have to get another Ms. Ramsame to come and sit there and say, here's my recollection of that decision. But to the extent that the institution is obliged by law, if there is such an obligation by law, to keep records of discussions, of decisions, there is, in fact, what you're telling us is there's matter that we will never find record of because of that kind of instructions and how you handled that.
Correct. Commissioner, it's also in an email from Advocate Johnson that we will deal with a bit later, where she emails a specific team, us, and the new team that's allocated to the matters as to how correspondence is supposed to be done and that it's not supposed to be documented.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's continue in paragraph 13 on 20 January 2025.
On 20 January 2025, a consultation was held with the forklift witness. Present at the consultation was Mr. Perumal Padiachi and Rapesu, the witness, and me. As stated earlier, Mr. Perumal previously informed us that the evidence of this witness was gold. But my assessment of the witness evidence was that it was largely hearsay and speculative. Mr. Perumal later indicated that DPCI was investigating the forklift matter and that IDAC should not pursue it any further. This was accepted by Advocate Johnson.
Does that mean that from that day onwards, IDAC no longer investigated the forklift matter?
That paragraph of Mr. Perumal indicating, it was done in the 2022 January presentation.
Yeah, 2022 January presentation, yes.
And then, despite the fact that the decision was accepted that DPCI would continue with the forklift investigation, I later became aware, and I say later, I mean like on the 11th of April.
11th of April what, yeah?
Of 2025.
Okay.
I became aware that there were statements taken by Mr. Perumal and Mr. Padiachi on that matter. I was only provided with them in April by accident.
Okay, let's just take a step back. So in the presentation that gets sent by Mr. Perumal on the 16th of January 2025 for purposes of the 22 January meeting, there's an indication by him that DPCI is investigating this matter, so IDAC will no longer investigate it. And at the meeting of 22 January, does Advocate Johnson then accept it then, the suggestion that you should no longer investigate it?
Correct.
Okay. So as you understood from the 22nd of January 2025, the forklift matter was no longer being investigated by IDAC.
Correct.
But in April, you are provided with, or you come across by accident, affidavits which show that they were in fact still investigating it, or were those affidavits, did they predate 22 January?
No. These affidavits were taken after 22 January.
Okay, so despite the acceptance by Advocate Johnson on the 22nd of January that we're not going to investigate forklift, it still gets investigated, or at least there's still something being done on forklift, such as gathering affidavits from witnesses.
Correct, and we will see later that even though it was decided in January that we were not going to deal with the forklift matter, it's still included in instructions by Advocate Johnson that forklift, when we get there, you'll see the order of how she places things, and she's still including the forklift.
Okay.
Can I just check this? How does it work? You clearly, this matter, the forklift matter, at this point, I'm not asking about whether it qualifies as an IDAC matter or not. When you look at the mandate, I'm not asking that kind of question. But you are seized with the matter because someone has referred it to IDAC. Now you get told by Mr. Perumal that the Hawks, the DPCI, are investigating the matter and we will no longer deal with it. I think, are those kind of issues dealt that informally? I would have thought there would be a record that from between you and the DPCI, which records that DPCI is investigating this matter, maybe ahead of you, or they think it belongs to them, and there's a formal communication that says, all right, now we leave it to you. We no longer are dealing with it, so there is a record within IDAC of what happened to this matter.
Correct, Commissioner. It's supposed to be that way. It is supposed to be that way. Because I belong to the security cluster under Paul Law, and we deal with those matters, there would be formal communication that we would send. In this circumstances, I even wanted to know, I think it was later in the year, because they had collected the Langlaagte docket, I wanted to know whether it was returned. Because if we've got the original docket, how are they investigating? And I did ask that question. I received no response. But on the point of the Madlanga docket, it is the only docket where Mr. Adams actually provided documentary evidence with his A1.
Ilanglachte, it is the forklift matter.
Forklift.
And the documentation that he provided was the documentation that was slipped under his door?
As he stated, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You testified about that in your first statement. It was receipts and proof of payments. Or...
Correct. It was the procurement invoices, etc.
Okay. Okay. Paragraph 14, and I think it's 2025, not 2024.
Yes, it is 2025. On January 2025,
21 January.
21 January 2025, I had a conversation with Mr. Perumal regarding the matter of Cedric and Kabinde. I will deal with this topic separately when I deal with the trumped-up case against Mr. Rapesu. However,
Yeah, I think you can deal with it now because you don't expand on it in your statement.
later.
You reference another affidavit that was prepared as part of that, where you were requested to prepare an affidavit regarding that aspect. So maybe if you can just start out by telling us what is the Cedric and Kabinde matter, and then we can go to your affidavit.
okay. So on the 20th of January 2025, when we were consulting with the forklift witness, he made mention of Cedric and Kabinde. As naive as I am, I didn't know who that was, so I had to Google. When we were on the smoker's balcony the day after, Mr. Perumal and myself, he mentioned to me that, so there were two aspects that he addressed with me that day. One, that he didn't want the witness to speak about Cedric and Kabinde in front of Mr. Rapesu. And I didn't understand because at that time I didn't know that they had worked together at iPad.
They had worked together, who you're referring to?
Mr. Nkabinde and Mr. Rapesu had previously worked at iPad together. The second aspect...
Sorry, and the witness that he refers to is the forklift witness?
Correct.
Okay.
With regards to that forklift witness mentioning Mr. Nkabinde, it was about the arrangements to go and consult with Mr. Perumal. So on the 21st, when we were on the balcony, Mr. Perumal addresses this aspect, and I said, but why? And he didn't give me a reply. His next response to me was, Drew, I need you to speak to ID. So I said, about? And he said, no. Rapesu is going to start crying that the work is too much now. I need you to speak to ID to bring on my guys. So this is the second time Mr. Perumal is asking me to bring on his Eastern Cape guys, being Mr. Beluchan, Mr. Mbalo, because Mr. Mazibukwana at that time was in hospital. The first incident where Mr. Perumal brought up the aspect of his guys being on board was on the 6th of December, also on the balcony, where he said to me, I said to him, so I hear we have a new matter together, because he and I, we were not speaking on good speaking terms at that time because of what had transpired with the first 27 referral. We spoke, but it was not very friendly. And he said, yes, I need you to get those documents sorted out now because the ID must sign it. I want my guys to go and fetch the dockets before we leave because they were flying back to Eastern Cape. And I said to him, but the ID didn't designate. And then I gave him the 5 people that were designated. So with regards to the Nkabinde matter, if I may just go to the affidavit.
The affidavit is at page 248 of file 10.
And this is Mr. Nkabinde, Minister Mtunu's Chief of Staff or not?
Correct.
248, thank you.
So can you just tell us how this affidavit came about?
I have to go back to the 22nd of January. Okay. So we start the presentation to Advocate Johnson on the 22nd of January. We go through the presentation. Mr. Perumal is primarily reporting or presenting to the ID.
This is the same presentation that we've been looking at.
MRR.
Yes.
Correct. So what happens on the 22nd is we're all sitting in the boardroom. The presentation is now done. Advocate Johnson says she needs to inform the team about what happened to her the night before, or it was either the 20th or the 21st, but during the evening. She indicates that she had gone to Minister Mkunu's house or residence for a meeting, and that she had left her cell phone with her protectors, and she was left waiting for Minister Mkunu in his residence, but in the presence of Mr. Nkabinde, and that Mr. Nkabinde had given her the heebie-jeebies.
Made her feel uncomfortable.
Yes, made her feel uncomfortable. And so she went on about how there's something not right about in Kabinde and all of that. I'm still trying to place the pieces together because I'm not coming from the history of I was in regional court, murder, rape, robbery. So I didn't know the role players.
It may not be relevant, but did she explain what exactly made her feel uncomfortable?
She did not explain why she felt uncomfortable. She explained only the purpose of the meeting with Minister Mkunu.
Okay, all right, please continue.
So at that point where she's explaining her unease and that there's something just off about Mr. Nkabinde, and Mr. Sissoko, who was present in the presentation, indicates that yes, Mr. Nkabinde had worked at IPED, and then she said, no, there's something, there's just something about him, we need to see what we can do about him. So, and I'm making notes, and she then says that, so Mr. Sissoko starts explaining that how Mr. Nkabinde left IPED, and that there was transcripts with regards to a case where he was found to be or discredited witness, etc. And Advocate Johnson said she wanted it. So Mr. Sissoko asked Mr. Rapesu, did you receive or do you have them? And he said yes. And then the instruction was that he was to circulate the transcripts to the team members. Then then there was this whole conversation between Mr. Sissoko and Mr. Perumal. I was just sitting there taking my notes about Mr. Nkabinde having been linked to 2 other investigations and elements of criminality within matters that are in IDAC's space. One being investigated from Mr. Perumal's team, and the other one was a matter that was sent on 27 referral in 2019 from IDAC at the time of the Zondo Commission, IPED, at the time of the Zondo Commission. Advocate Johnson then instructs me, Drew, I want this information. We need to see what we can do about this guy. When she says this guy, she refers to Mr. Nkabinde. So then the conversation continued between Mr. Sissoko and Mr. Perumal, where there was cell phone records linking Mr. Nkabinde to two different not suspects because they are accused persons. And there were service providers of SAPs that was being investigated by IPED. And I'm instructed by Advocate Johnson that I must contact the prosecutor on the matter, Mr. Tila Shabalala, and determine the links and what evidence there is. And I must then give her a report on that evidence.
You were instructed by who to contact the
Advocate Johnson wanted this, and she wanted it urgently. She wanted it done as soon as the meeting was done. Unfortunately, I had other meetings, so it couldn't happen. But going back to the affidavit.
Before you do that, so what you're describing means at the date of this meeting that you're telling us now about, that there was an active investigation against or relating to Mr. Nkabinde, because you speak of Mr. Perumal and Mr. Sissoko talking about transcripts, Mr. Rapesu confirming that he has received the transcripts. So it sounds like there was an active investigation. You may not have known about it.
No, Commissioner. The transcripts that Mr. Sissoko asked Mr. Rapesu about is transcripts of a trial where Mr. Nkabinde was a witness and was discredited. So those transcripts were asked for. With regards to the investigation, there was no active investigation at the time. There was links of Mr. Nkabinde to or in other investigations or matters that were already in court.
Let me restate what I'm trying to confirm with you. There may not have been an investigation, an active investigation, to the extent that that word has got a formal meaning, a particular meaning. My question really is, something was being looked at within IDEC. His name was not coming up for the first time in this meeting, being mentioned to people in IDEC. Mr. Sissoko had some discussion with Mr. Perumal before your meeting relating to Mr. Nkabinde.
No. The discussion about Mr. Nkabinde started, Mr. Perumal had a discussion with me that he didn't want the name of Nkabinde mentioned to Mr. Rapesu.
Yes.
The discussion involving everyone about the Mr. Nkabinde was started by Advocate Johnson in the meeting after the presentation. And then everybody that knew him was piping in to say, oh yes, we have that, or yes, we know about this. So it was that sort of conversation.
Okay. I think what I'm trying to make sense of or to understand is you say Mr. Sissoko in that meeting confirms he has spoken to Mr. Perumal, or they speak to each other in that meeting. Something is asked about transcript. Rapesu says, yes, I do have the transcripts. What I'm trying to understand is whether they each just happened to have something about Mr. Nkabinde, and it had no particular meaning until that meeting, or in fact it suggests that they may well each have been, for whatever purpose, have been possessed or dealing with something to do with Mr. Nkabinde. It's that which I'm trying to clarify.
For clarity purposes, when Mr. Nkabinde's name was mentioned and all this information was, it must be noted that at that time that no investigator, no prosecutor were pursuing the evidence that was housed within those dockets against Mr. Nkabinde.
Okay, no, thank you. You've answered me. Thank you. Thanks.
So basically, all of this, that is the request for people the request by Advocate Johnson for people to get her information, all of it stemmed purely from the fact that she had heebie-jeebies about him. Is that how it appeared to you, or was there anything else?
It looked like there was a deeper reason for this. I do have I do deal with it a little bit later on about the WhatsApp that Advocate Johnson had sent me about the Mr. Nkabinde thing.
You can deal with it now because it forms part of the chronology, because your affidavit comes later, but you wanted to introduce the affidavit first. So let's go back to how I wanted to deal with it. You, on the 22nd of January has significance for two reasons. It's after the presentation, there's this discussion about Mr. Nkabinde.
Correct.
But there's also, prior to that, how project diversion was going to be implemented going forward, and that we deal with later.
Correct.
Part of the 22 January where Mr. Nkabinde was discussed, the meeting with the minister, with Minister Mkhunu and Advocate Johnson a day or two prior, also has significance in respect of project diversion.
Correct.
And Mr. Nkabinde. So let's just deal with Mr. Nkabinde now, so because that has significance insofar as Mr. Rapesu's victimization is concerned. And that is how the affidavit comes about later. But you can then go to, after Advocate Johnson asks for these requests on the 22nd of January, there's a WhatsApp exchange between the two of you, which is at page 239 of file 10.
Correct. On the 23rd of January 2025, at 13:38, I sent Advocate
Can you
Johnson.
just, Ms. Ramsamy, when you read from the file, maybe bring the file closer to you so that you don't move away from the microphone. Thanks.
13:38, afternoon, Advocate Johnson. I spoke to Tilas about the links and the evidence regarding C in Cub.
That is a reference to Mr. Nkabinde, and Tillis is Advocate Shabalala.
Correct. Peter White has a comprehensive report on the links on various matters, cell phone records, and vehicle provided to him being Mr. Nkabinde.
And who's Peter White?
He's a data analyst.
Within IDAC.
He previously was within IDAC on contract basis. He's now a service provider.
Okay.
Rapesu has provided the transcripts of the court case and judgment. I will await your instructions on obtaining the report, providing same to your office.
What report are you referring to here?
The Peter White report, because Advocate Johnson had instructed me to speak to Tilas and find out what evidence against Mr. Nkabinde was at hand, and that is why I'm informing her that Mr. White has a comprehensive report.
Okay, and then there's a response from Advocate Johnson.
Please obtain report. Just met the minister now. Need to put together ASAP. I reply, noted, thank you.
Okay, and you wanted to refer to this exchange in response to a question about from the chair whether the only reason for the inquiry by Advocate Johnson was because Mr. Nkabinde made her feel uncomfortable, and you said you thought that there was a different reason and referred us to this. So can you tell us why you say so and why this is relevant?
My understanding or observation of this is that if she's saying to me, just met the minister now, need to put this together ASAP, obviously the minister is also or happy or approving that Mr. Nkabinde must be investigated, charged, and...
Well, at that stage, there's nothing suggesting that he must be charged. She's just gathering information at the time.
If I may just put it as to how I understood it in the meeting on the 22nd of January. I want something on this guy.
Meaning what in your speak?
In my head, Advocate Johnson wanted dirt on Mr. Nkabinde, and she wanted to charge him.
And your reference, so are you suggesting that at the meeting, either on the 20th or the 21st, at the minister's residence, that was when the minister and Advocate Johnson discussed Mr. Nkabinde?
I assumed it to be so because of the way Advocate Johnson was pushing for the information, even on the 23rd, and then she says she spoke to the minister, we must move ASAP. The other aspect of the 22nd of January 2025 meeting that made me alert to the fact that the meetings with the minister were common or regular was that she said, Advocate Johnson said to the team, the minister wants to clean up SAPS. He wants us to help him clean up SAPS, crime intelligence in specifically.
Let me just take you back on digging up dirt on Mr. Nkabinde. From where I'm sitting, that's not the only inference that one could have drawn. What if perhaps the minister wanted his mind put at ease? Say, for example, just make sure that what I've heard about Mr. Nkabinde is in fact not true. And if that were the case, then his mind would be put at rest. I
could agree that that's a possibility.
Yes, I'm asking it in the light of what Ms. Siegels-Ncube raised with you, which is there was no charge or what, I've forgotten the language, yeah. That too is a possible inference under the circumstances.
It could be a possible inference, but the manner in which it was said to me, I knew already because I was in the environment and I could read the room. But also the urgency on the 23rd, but then my evidence will further show that I was getting pressure to do a 28 to investigate standalone against Mr. Nkabinde.
Yes, my question was specifically at that stage, there was, that could have been a possibility, that it wasn't just, because there were no charges yet. Advocate Johnson didn't say we need to charge him. She just wanted the information, she was gathering information.
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Ncube, maybe I misheard you. Did you say at the minister's residence or at the minister's instance?
Residence.
So it came from you and not the witness. What do you know about the meeting at the minister's residence? The meeting between Advocate Johnson and the minister?
That it had taken place after hours, that she was left waiting for an extended period of time for the minister. She was with the Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabinde, and at that meeting, except for the heebie-jeebies, the aspect of the minister wanting to clean up SAPS and more specifically crime intelligence was discussed.
So that was the subject of discussion at that meeting?
That is what I was informed.
And did Advocate Johnson tell you what exactly the minister had said about crime intelligence, which gave rise to the need for a cleanup?
No, Chair, I was not privy, but from the way the conversation progressed, it was clear that the only three people in the room that knew what was being spoken about in those undertones was Advocate Johnson, Mr. Padiachi, and Mr. Perumal.
Thank you, Chair. See that it's 11:01. We take the adjournment.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:30.
Pins and pencils.
Good morning again. We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your phones are off. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Ramsamy, we were still dealing with the issue of Mr. Cedric Nkabinde, and I just want to clarify some issues with you before you move on with that topic. The first is just to confirm that Mr. Nkabinde at that stage wasn't the subject of any IDAC investigations.
Correct.
Okay. And then insofar as the second aspect is concerned, you mentioned that there was a purpose for the meeting with the Minister Mkunu and Advocate Johnson, either the 20th or the 21st of January. I'm not sure whether you actually specifically told us what the purpose was and who told you that that was the purpose for the meeting.
I wasn't specifically told what the purpose of the meeting was. From the manner in which the conversation was going between Mr. Padiachi, Mr. Perumal, and Advocate Johnson, I picked up that there was, firstly, that this was not the first meeting, but what Advocate Johnson eventually said was that the minister wants to really clean up crime intelligence and SAPS. So I thought that was the purpose.
Just so that we are not confused, on 239, because you're talking about the meeting on the 20th.
Correct.
The late night meeting.
The night meeting, correct.
I don't know how late, but let's say it's an evening meeting.
Correct.
Let me not say late night. This one is on the 23rd of January 2025.
Correct.
And it must have taken place in the morning because Advocate Johnson says just met the minister now.
Correct, at 13:44.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry. So at this page 239 and your evidence so far, there's then been at least 2 meetings between the minister and Ms. Johnson.
Correct.
According to this. Are you aware of any further meetings?
Not directly aware. I would just, in the meetings here, the minister said.
Okay.
But I didn't know how it was communicated or whether they were still meeting.
Okay.
And do you know who went with Advocate Johnson to this meeting?
The meeting of the 20th or the 21st?
This one, the 23rd.
The 23rd, no, I'm not aware of what that meeting was about.
You know about the 20th, who went with?
I was informed by Advocate Johnson that she was alone waiting for the minister with Mr. Nkabinde.
And with her protectors, of course.
Her protectors were asked to wait outside and her cell phones were handed to the protectors.
Okay. And then just staying on 239, when you start out the message to Advocate Johnson, you say, "Afternoon, Advocate Johnson. I spoke to Tillis about the links and evidence regarding C and Cub." When you explained the taskings that Advocate Johnson gave on the 22nd of January, I don't recall you saying whether she had asked you to do something specifically. So I just wanted to know, how do you get to the point where you're telling her that you spoke to Tillis? Was it an instruction from her or?
Correct. The instruction, after the communication and the discussion about Mr. Nkabinde, which was primarily between Mr. Perumal, Mr. Sissoko, and Advocate Johnson, we were just party to the meeting. Advocate Johnson instructed me, because Advocate Chabalala was the prosecutor on those 2 matters that were discussed, and those matters were within the IDAC space and already in court. Advocate Johnson instructed me to contact Advocate Chabalala and find out what evidence was contained in those 2 dockets against Mr. Nkabinde and then report to her. And that is how I determined through Mr. Advocate Chabalala that Mr. Peter White had documentary evidence with regards to forensic analysis.
Okay. Then do you want to continue with the timeline insofar as the Cedric and Kabinde matter is concerned? So now we've dealt with the 23rd. For reference, if you then want to look at your affidavit, your April affidavit on 248, although this affidavit comes later, you do set out a comprehensive history of events that transpired.
In my affidavit,
If we go to 253, that's where you talk about the 23rd of January.
253. On the 23rd of January 2025, around 1300 hours, I contacted Shabalala. I advised him that the ID asked me to contact him and ask him, sorry, it should say ask, but it says as, him about the link between Nkabinde and his two cases. He advised me that in Blue Lights there was a comprehensive report compiled by White. However, he was told by Advocate Law and Colonel Rulofsar that that is not the angle of prosecution that they were pursuing, and nothing was done further about the report. I then contacted the ID via WhatsApp explaining above and requesting instructions regarding obtaining the report. I was asked by the ID to obtain the report. I then contacted Sisoko. I asked him to please assist. I do not want to contact White directly as he is a witness in a matter that I am allocated. On the 24th of January 2025, ID indicated via WhatsApp to me she wanted a progress report on Nkabinde. A meeting took place on the 27th of January.
Okay, can we just establish that, so you're saying that on the 24th, Advocate Johnson asks for feedback from you?
Correct.
Okay, and that we will find in the, at page 242, and maybe we start at 240, the top of 240. And just to give context on the date that we're talking about, you can see on 239 that at the foot of that page it says 24 January 2025. And at 240 she says there's a message from Advocate Johnson at 10:54. Do you want to start there?
Thank you.
Before you start there, at that foot of 239, I handed all dockets that came to me in December to Chief and Brian. What dockets are these?
The original dockets that were
Relating to
collected
Mr. Nkabinde?
No, this message was in relation to the fact that the dockets she had asked me to hand to her PA after they were photocopied, the Fadil Adams dockets.
Okay.
She then indicated to me that she handed all the dockets that came to me in December to Chief, being Mr. Perumal and Brian.
Okay. Thank you.
At 10:54, Advocate Johnson sends me a WhatsApp saying, just want to know how far we are with the Nkabinde stuff. I reply, I will advise within the next 20 minutes. The report was going to be sent to Mr. Sisoko.
You can leave that last part. We'll get to that when we deal with the Adams matters. And so that is what you were referring to, that you had indicated she asked for an update and you responded to that.
Correct.
Then you can go back to your statement your affidavit at 253.
Thank you. I contacted Sisoko, however, he was in a meeting. I then contacted White directly. He explained at length the cell phone record, a payment of a large amount for clothing and a vehicle. I sent ID a text with this information, including the fact that White had a 5-page report on this, but was told to cease work and thus did nothing further. On the same day, Sissoko contacted me telephonically indicating that he was on his way to the office and wanted to see me. When I went to his office, I found Binang being investigated, Mani Binang, and Shabalala being advocate, senior state advocate Tila Shabalala. The discussion was about the White's report. Shabalala indicated that a standalone prosecution can ensue, and Binang can start finalizing the investigation. Sissoko indicated that he did not want any of the IPID investigators to deal with the matter, and that a neutral IDAC investigator should pursue the investigation. I was then contacted by the ID's personal assistant, indicating that the ID was available for the meeting with Sissoko and myself. Perumal was already seated in ID's office when I arrived. The attendees at this meeting was the ID, Sissoko, Perumal, and myself. Sissoko proceeded to explain to the ID and Perumal the links as per the charts provided by White. There was discussions about the investigation that needs to proceed. Perumal indicated that Belochin can continue with the investigation.
Can I just pause there and ask you to, as part of our timeline, if you can go to 242 which is the WhatsApps, page 242. Are you there?
I am.
At 242, it's part of a message that you sent to Advocate Johnson about the Nkabinde matter at the top at 12:59. You say there's also links on cell phone records between Nkab and James. Who's James? You don't have to say it if it's...
No, he's a well-known former general or lieutenant general of SAPS. It is James Ramanjulam. Yeah. He just finished serving a 5-year sentence after a plea agreement between the IDAC and himself.
Okay. And you say, so there's records between Mr. Nkabinde and James, and we will need to obtain those records from Sunil as well.
Correct.
And this is all part of part of fact-finding, fact-gathering in respect of Mr. Nkabinde.
Correct, on the instructions of Advocate Johnson.
No investigation authorized as yet?
No, there was nothing.
Okay.
Where Mr. Chabalala says that a standalone prosecution can ensue, it's a standalone prosecution of Mr. Nkabinde.
Correct.
That he's talking about.
Correct.
And the prosecution would be for what, as you understood it here?
Based on what I had been told at that point, Mr. Nkabinde is linked to receiving a large sum of money for the purposes of clothing from a service provider that IPID was investigating.
Whilst he was still at IPID?
While he was still at IPID.
Okay.
And the other link where I speak about James Ramanjulam is that there is cell phone records between the accused and Mr. Nkabinde, and there was an investigation that was being dealt with by both DPCI and IPID with regards to that procurement irregularities, and both those matters are in court.
Okay, thank you.
Did the report also reveal that he received an OD and some cash paid for by this person that was being investigated by IPID?
Correct. The report did indicate about the Audi. It also spoke about how the Audi was collected and for what period it was used, and the cash. And the cash link was based on the withdrawal of the service provider and the cell phone tower, and the phone calls between those parties.
So at this point, has there been a referral or complaint to IDEC about Mr. Nkabinde?
No.
There isn't at this point.
There's nothing formal. It's just instructions from Advocate Johnson that we must gather the information that we have of criminality.
And
or
it all
misdoings.
comes after her meeting with the minister where she said Nkabinde gave her heebie-jeebies.
Correct. I do believe there's more to what transpired between the two of them.
Yes.
I'm not aware of it.
Okay, thank you.
Then just to continue with that 242, Advocate Johnson then responds at 1 o'clock.
At 1 o'clock. I'm shocked. He's the staff officer of the Minister.
I'm shook.
I'm shook. He is the staff officer of the Minister of Police. Can you what damage he can do with all the information, etc. he gets from the office, from that office?
And then I'm interested in your response at 1302. Read that and then explain to us.
Sure. It explains how the messages for not cancelling the task team were so easily conveyed, and consequences of cancelling. The MP in Cape Town showed us the messages.
When you say not, you mean the notice for cancelling?
Yes, I think what I did was...
When you say not, you're referring to the notice for cancelling.
Correct.
Okay.
And with regards to this, I had in part 1 indicated that when we were in consultation on the 6th of January 2025 with Mr. Fadil Adams, he did show us messages allegedly from General Mkunazi indicating that they were going to arrest Minister Mkunu if the PKTT was closed. I also indicated that I wasn't sure if it was Mr. Nkabinde or the minister that had forwarded the messages.
Yes, because you said the messages, you weren't really interested in the messages.
Interested.
And Mr. Rapesu said that he couldn't really decipher what the message was saying because Mr. Adams was telling him what the message is saying while showing him the message.
Correct. That's how, because I didn't read the messages and Mr. Adams was talking over and explaining what the messages were saying. That's how I understood what the messages were about.
And that's what you mean when you say, and consequences of cancelling. In other words, what Mr. Adams had told you and Mr. Rapesu and Mr. Perumal is that Minister Mkunu is going to be arrested if the task team is cancelled.
Correct.
Okay. Do you want to then go back to your affidavit?
Correct. Thank you.
Maybe before you do that, previously or today, did we get an explanation of what this affidavit that's at page 248, what is its purpose, under what circumstances? was
I
it
had
prepared?
asked the witness, Commissioner Baloy, and you will recall that she went and explained the affidavit, but not the purpose of it. And that's when I took her back to the history. So maybe you can just tell us why you prepared it.
Commissioner, Chair, on the 30th of January 2025, Advocate Johnson sent me messages indicating something bad had happened and I was going to be heartbroken. We will deal with them as I'm dealing with the chronology. And when I went she had wanted to see me, but I was on treatment at the time, so I was not in the office. And when I did return to the office, I went to Advocate Johnson indicated through her PA that I must come and see her. And she said to me that she had received a call from Mr. Nkabinde, indicating that Mr. Rapesu had informed him that he was being investigated by IDAC, and that if they want his bank records and all of that, he would provide it. But she didn't go into detail because she was speeding along to the point where Rapesu has now breached Section 41.6. He must be charged. At some point during the conversation, she told me that Perumal wanted him to be escorted out of the building with his bag, by the security. That was the line of the conversation. Later on, I'm on the 26th of February, I am on a vacation and I receive a phone call from Mr. Mbalo, Mr. Mbalo is a member of Mr. Perumal's investigative team. He indicates that the ID has instructed that I must do an affidavit on Mr. Rapesu's investigation. So because I was with people, I was with family, we were on vacation, I said to him, I will call him when I get back, because I didn't understand what was required and why, as a prosecutor, I was being asked to file an affidavit. So later on, somewhere in March, I call Mr. Mbalo. He explains that the ID instructed that I must do an affidavit for the internal investigation against Mr. Rapesu. So I asked, who's running the investigation? Where's the reference number for the investigation? You're asking me for an affidavit, but I don't even have, HR reference number must at least be provided to me. In any event, I was told she wants the affidavit, and that is the purpose of this affidavit. I must state that on the 30th, when I was being around the 30th, when I was being informed by Advocate Johnson about this, I did voice that I highly doubt it was Mr. Rapesu. And I explained to her that I had been present and taken notes in all the meetings that transpired about Nkabinde, or Mr. Nkabinde. And Mr. Nkabinde, or Mr. Rapesu's involvement in the Mr. Nkabinde thing ended after he gave us the transcripts of the trial on the 22nd of January 2025, and that he was not party to any of the meetings, so could it not possibly be someone that was in our meetings? So, should I proceed?
Yes.
I found Binang in Shabalala. The discussion was that, I read all of that already. I was then contacted by the ID's personal assistant indicating that the ID was available for the meeting with Sissoko myself. Perumal was already seated in the ID's office when I arrived. Attendees at the meeting were ID, Sissoko, Perumal, and myself. Sissoko provided the explanation to the ID and Perumal and the links as per the charts provided by White. There were discussions about the investigation that needed to proceed. Perumal indicated that Beluchin can continue with the investigations. Sissoko stated the sentiment he shared in the meeting as per paragraph 6.39. The ID agreed and stated that Padiachi would attend to the investigations. The meeting continued where Perumal indicated that a person called G. This initial is used when referring to Gininda, General. I think he's a General Gininda, but I know he's from cold cases, SAPS. Was told or positioned to take the message to the top. I was unclear what the statement meant, as it was in context of what we were discussing regarding Nkabinde. I then excused myself from the meeting. On the 30th of January 2025, Sissoko contacted me regarding the authorization documents for the Nkabinde matter. I sent the ID a WhatsApp asking if the authorization should be done in terms of which form of authorization.
Can we go to that WhatsApp at 245?
Sure. Afternoon, Advocate Johnson. Please advise, authorization for NCAB standalone, must it be done in as a section 2813 or 28.1?
Just to confirm, at this stage, there isn't a referral or a section 27 referral?
Correct.
Okay.
I must just explain that in the meeting that I've just spoken about, where Mr. White's report is being explained to Advocate Johnson, Mr. Perumal had indicated that because there were already authorizations for those two matters, they can just proceed in terms of 28.
Without a section 27 referral. And so now you're asking Advocate Johnson to advise you insofar as that is concerned?
Because Mr. Sissoko is saying he had called and he had asked, has it been done? And I said, no, I haven't received any instructions as to what it's supposed to be. And then I said to him, I'll speak to the ID. But by then, I'm aware that Mr. Beluchan and Mr. Padiachi had already taken the device seized from James Ramanjulam back to Mr. White. So obviously that those three had already continued or started where they left off with the investigation on that cell phone.
Just to clear my understanding, the authorization for the two other matters that Mr. Perumal speaks of, what are those matters? The two matters. In fact, what is the authorization in respect of those two? I guess what I'm trying to clarify for myself is how Nkabinde fits into those authorizations to a point where it follows naturally out of those two others. So you would have to say the two matters are matters such and such and such and such, and then hopefully we see the link that makes it a valid response to say we already have authorization in the other two matters. We don't need one specific for Nkabinde.
Can I answer it in this way, rather? I spoke earlier about the fact that certain matters of Mr. Perumal that were placed on the court roll while Advocate Johnson was head of office do not have authorizations. That is one of those matters. The other matter is a matter where it was referred to the ID when Advocate Cranier was there. There is a constructive 2813, and it is based on testimony at the Zondo Commission.
It implicates Mr. Nkabinde.
As far as I understood from the report, yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then at 245, Advocate Johnson's response to your inquiry about the authorization.
We'll check. We need to talk. Something terrible has happened. Whatever you do, don't discuss anything on Nkab with Mansa. When you hear what I have to say, your heart will break. It's initially breaker, and then there's a break underneath. This was at 13:55. I reply, I won't. We have been keeping that between Mr. S, myself, and Dylan. Dylan being Mr. Perumal, Mr. S being Mr. Sissoko. She replies, don't talk to Mr. S either. I have to figure some things out. It's bad. I reply, I won't. I'm worried now.
And so then you meet with Advocate Johnson.
Correct.
And Mansa referred to here is Mr. Rapesu.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And when do you meet with her? Was it on the
I don't have my calendar with me, but it would have been not more than a day or two later.
Okay. May proceed. Do you want to then look at your affidavit?
Yeah, I just want to, because the timeline is in here, as poorly drafted as this affidavit is, it is here.
At 254, you speak about the 30th, and then on still on 254 6.46 on the 31st of January. So you would have
Yes,
met
so it
her
would
the
have been
very
the
next day. And just tell us what happens there. You don't have to read the affidavit.
Advocate Johnson informs me that on the day before, on the 30th, that Mr. Perumal and Mr. Padiachi were in her office. And she explained that on the evening of the 29th, she had been receiving calls from Mr. Nkabinde. She was unable to answer them. She had indicated to me that she was at the temple, and so she couldn't answer the calls. She did send a text to him indicating she can't talk, he must text. And then on the 30th, in the presence of Mr. Perumal and Mr. Nkabinde, Mr. Perumal and Mr. Padiachi, Mr. Nkabinde called, and she answered and she put him on speaker. And that he had informed her that he was informed by Mansa Rapesu that there was an investigation into him at IDAC, and that she must be careful as Mr. Sissoko uses Rapesu and Bina. This is what Advocate Johnson is telling me Mr. Nkabinde told her.
And Mr. Nkabinde and Mr. Sissoko have a history from IPID?
I later found out, yes, they did. In fact, I found out the history while watching ad hoc committee.
Oh, okay. And so when Advocate Johnson said that Mr. Nkabinde told her to be careful because Sissoko uses Rapesu and Binang, you didn't understand why Mr. Sissoko would use Mr. Rapesu and Binang in relation to Mr. Nkabinde?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I was shocked. I was confused. It was a lot of information overload in what Advocate Johnson was saying. And I asked the ID if an investigation had commenced into the allegations by Mr. Nkabinde against Mr. Rapesu. And I asked her, is it not possible that someone else had told him? And then I repeated to her from the 22nd of January who was present in those meetings. And then I said to her, I didn't tell Mr. Rapesu. So is it possible that Mr. Perumal or Mr. Padiachi told him, or Mr. Sissoko, or Mr. Shabalala, or maybe Mr. Binang? And she said, no, I know it was Rapesu. And so I left it at that.
In fact, at page 254 at 6.46.3, you say, I was shocked. I asked the ID if an investigation had commenced, and I asked the ID if it could possibly be someone else, as Rapesu was not party to any discussions on the Nkabinde aspect except for the presentation on the 22nd of January 2025. Rapesu was never part of any of the further meetings that took place after that. He would not have had any knowledge of what has transpired.
Correct. The ID indicated that she has started the process and that Nkabinde was too clear in who he named. I left the ID's office, spoke briefly to Mr. Perumal. We did not discuss the details of the situation. We merely expressed our shock, and I asked him how could Rapesu know, because I had excluded him from all the follow-up meetings after the presentation. On the 10th of February 2025, I was informed by the ID via WhatsApp that Mr. Rapesu had been served with a letter. Further to the events above, no further discussions between the persons mentioned above, nor any other person took place with me until receiving the call from Investigator Mbalo.
So by the time you deposed to this affidavit, there's already an investigation into Mr. Rapesu regarding the Nkabinde allegations?
Correct. In fact, when because the commissioners will see that it's marked copy and Mr. Mbalo signs on 248 on the top. So when I handed him the original, I asked that he sign my copy and date it. On that day, Mr. Mbalo had indicated that Mr. Nkabinde, I'm not going to swear, so I'm just going to say Mr. Nkabinde had told Mr. Mbalo to FO. He's not filing an affidavit, and he didn't say what, and that was the explanation. He didn't say what, and because I didn't want to get involved any further, and I reached a point of depletion. I just left it at that. But Mr. Mbalo went on to say that I mustn't be fooled because the ID is aware that Mr. Sissoko and Mr. Binang has been protecting Nkabinde. And I found that strange because of the meeting and the presentation on the 22nd. But later on, when I did have sight of Mr. Mbalo's report, it was clear that that report was trying to, because they still hadn't even received an affidavit or a confirmation letter from Mr. Nkabinde about the allegations. And when I saw the report, Mr. Mbalo, I must make it clear, it's very easy to see when you're working with people for so long, who drafts who and what. You can pick up the style of drafting. That's not Mr. Mbalo's drafting. It's just my opinion. But in that report, they are trying to implicate Mr. Rapesu, Mr. Sissoko, and Mr. Binang. At some point, Advocate Johnson had spoken about the fact that Mr. Rapesu had volunteered to do a polygraph, and that's easily dismissed, and that he was guilty. All of these things would be said in these meetings. So it was later on that I discovered what happened was, on the 11th of April, I was complaining that I had not received 90% of the documents and Advocate Johnson wanted diversion enrolled. And so Mr. Perumal had instructed Mr. Padiachi to copy the diversion file onto a USB and give it to me. Mr. Padiachi had copied a lot of things. And during the consultations and looking for affidavits and all of that, I came across Mr. Perumal's affidavit. And Mr. Perumal's affidavit is very different to everything that I heard. It says that he had contacted Mr. Nkabinde the night before, and that Mr. Nkabinde was an IDAC source or informer on the crime intelligence matters. And that, so the entire documentation that I saw is that Mr. Nkabinde had contacted Advocate Johnson on the 30th. But in Mr. Perumal's affidavit, it states that Advocate Johnson contacted Mr. Nkabinde and put him on speaker in the presence of Mr. Perumal and Mr. Padiachi.
As opposed to what Advocate Johnson told you when
Correct.
she... And that, as part of the documentation, that will still be included, Chair.
Confirm.
And so, in effect, what you were saying in this affidavit, by setting out the chronology and asking if it could, basically saying it couldn't have been Mr. Rapesu who leaked the information, because he wouldn't have been privy to the conversations. That is, your suspicion is then confirmed that it's someone else in Mr. Perumal's affidavit that was not disclosed.
Correct. I also had asked at some point if Mr. Rapesu was not involved in all the meetings, then it could only have been the four that
Including you, yeah.
Yes, or including me, 5, that informed Mr. Rapesu or had informed Mr. Nkabinde. But my suspicions were somewhat that, so I'm going to deal with just like a small snippet of what Mr. Rapesu dealt with regards to his questioning. Okay. In January 2025, Mr. Rapesu...
When you say his questioning, you mean before the commission?
His evidence before the... I apologize, his evidence before the commission. He indicated that he was asking a lot of questions, and that he was removed from the Mokwele because of the questions on the 204. If I can just shed light on what was happening at that time, and explain why there was a need to remove Mr. Rapesu, or views on why they would want to remove Mr. Rapesu. I actually said it to Mr. Sissoko and Advocate Johnson. I'm too young to be juggling the egos and the arrogance of investigators. And investigators are very arrogant. They really are. They're stubborn and they're arrogant. So I had said that I'm juggling. So there was this fight that happened, and I agreed with Mr. Rapesu on a legal perspective. You cannot start an investigation on a 204. Because what have you done? The purpose of a Section 204 witness is when you can get evidence no other way. But you cannot start with a 204 and then from the 204's submissions be guided on an investigation. And I will explain how that 204 aspect and my objections that I raised with Advocate Johnson in my statement. So there was a fight, and then there was, I can see it so clearly in my head, the point where Mr. Perumal was standing up and he did this, "But I am your commander," to Mr. Rapesu, because Mr. Rapesu was objecting to these things. And so in order to facilitate this thing I said, and I knew where the direction of Advocate Johnson was going to be if I took this to her. So I indicated to them, Mr. Rapesu has made great strides with leg 1 on the Lushaba matter, and I had been receiving updates every day and an updated report every day. With regards to the Mukwele matter, I suggest that Mr. Perumal and Mr. Padiachi continue so that we don't have this. But they were still supposed to report everything to me so that I could report it to Advocate Johnson, which I was completely bypassed on. So in essence, it was me that removed Mr. Rapesu from the Mukwele. But the problem that started was Mr. Rapesu, after I had left the meeting and the investigators were still discussing, Mr. Perumal had told me after that Rapesu needs to get in line with how we work. So, and it's not only him, that if you stand up to Mr. Perumal, I've explained what happens to you. So in light of all of those things, in the back of my head, I doubted that these allegations, because it happened again, I think it was last year or sometime early this year, to another investigator that was allocated to Mr. Perumal on the diversion matters, where he was placed with an email or a letter saying that he must respond to allegations, and they were the most ridiculous allegations I've ever read.
Okay, so we've now dealt with the context of how that statement came about. We can then go to the other aspect of the 22 January meetings. We can go back to your statement, page 6, paragraph 15.
Returning to the chronology on 22 January 2025, the meeting where Project Diversion was discussed and the presentation made to Advocate Johnson was held. Advocate Johnson made her own amendments to the presentation in manuscript and handed a hard copy to the team at the meeting. During this presentation, I took notes, as I usually do. The presentation was explained to Advocate Johnson mainly by Mr. Perumal. Before I deal with Advocate Johnson's instructions following the presentation, it is important for the commissioners to bear in mind that at this stage, the investigation was in existence for 6 weeks, with no activity for 2 weeks between the 19th of December 2024 and 6 January 2025. Yet
Sorry,
these...
what is the significance of those dates? The 19th of December to 6 January.
Between the 19th of January and the 6th, the 19th of December and the 6th of January, no investigations could have taken place. I was on leave. Mr. Padiachi was out of the country. Mr. Rapesu was on leave, and Mr. Perumal was acting as the head of investigations.
Thank you.
And the 19th of December was when you and Mr. Rapesu and Mr. Perumal had that meeting where you were discussing the confidential documentation.
Correct.
And the 6th of January was when you go to Cape Town to meet with Mr. Adams.
Correct.
Okay. And what you want to convey here is that you are really dealing with a 6-week-old investigation, and the instructions that follow are too excessive, or insofar as you just at the infancy of an investigation.
Correct, and we are at the, to use your word, the infancy of a section 2813. A 2813 is to determine if the veracity of the claims actually lead to a criminal investigation.
Which would be the 28-1.
One.
Okay. So, how I suggest we do this is we're going to flight your notes redacted as you had requested, and then you can read from your statement, and if there's any aspect of the notes that we are unclear of, that is not clear from your summary of it in your statement, we will then just ask you. And Commissioners, that will be file 11, page 1. And if you, Commissioners, if you are going to engage the witness on the contents of her notes, to just first look on your screen what names have been redacted, so you don't engage her on a redacted name, because your copies aren't redacted. So these are the notes that we have Captain McLean to thank for, because you started taking detailed notes because he told you to be careful.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So we are on page 1 of file 11, but for your purposes, page 7, paragraph 15.1, you say, yet these were the instructions. These were Advocate Johnson's instructions during the meeting, being the meeting of 22 January 2025. You can also just keep page 1 of your notes open.
Got it.
And then if you can tell us on that note before you read out, there is the date, you'll see the date there, but above the date, there's certain words there that I can't see. I can't make out what it is. Can you just tell us what it is? Because it's not dealt with in your statement. So just above the date, I see some related/relationship.
It says related/relationships to the general's income.
The general's income.
For,
Is that B Cele?
it's B Cele, police contract equals SAPS tender Tembisa Hospital.
Okay, and we get to that later in your summary.
Correct.
And then it was at 12 o'clock. That's the time that the meeting started?
Correct, and at the boardroom in the Linton House.
Okay, and subject meeting ID.
Correct.
Okay, you may proceed in your statement.
Thank you. Yet these are Advocate Johnson's instructions during the meeting. Brigadier Tom Moyane, a member of Crime Intelligence, must be served with a 28 to be interviewed, and he must be put through his paces, or put through the paces. Advocate Johnson said that she would do this interview in person and bring out the prosecutor in her. The Crime Intelligence matters
Sorry,
would...
who is Brigadier Tom Moyane, and why are you putting him through his paces relating to these matters?
Commissioner, I myself didn't even know what was going on, or who this person was. It was Mr. Rapesu who whispered Crime Intelligence, because I asked who. And, but like I said, during the entire proceedings of this meeting, there was an underlying understanding between Advocate Johnson, Mr. Perumal, and Mr. Padiachi, whereas Mr. Sissoko, Mr. Rapesu, and I were playing catch up.
The name Tom Moyane came, Brigadier, because
Brigadier Moyane.
this name came from Ms. Johnson
Correct.
in
and
your
if-
meeting?
In the meeting, but if you look at the 2813, one of the unexplained names is also Brigadier Moyane.
Yes, thank you.
And you have it as Moyani in your notes, but in your statement it's Moyana. I think you made the correction in your statement, it's
Correct.
Moyana.
Moyana.
Yes. But of course, you getting this, you're writing from.
I'm writing as Advocate Johnson is
Yeah,
speaking.
we will forgive you for that.
Thank
Proceed.
you. The crime intelligence matters were to be fenced as follows. The Modondo matter would be first regarding her unlawful appointment. Advocate Johnson said that,
Please don't read that name here.
thank you, an employee at crime intelligence is a possible Section 204 witness. This was said a mere 6 weeks into the investigation.
Ms. Nubesori, why is the name not to be mentioned?
It
It's in our statements.
It was a potential 204 witness, and it's redacted in the statement and in her notes. The witness asked, Ms. Ramsamy asked for the witness. It's the person's surname. That word is the person's surname.
And the reason it's not to be mentioned is because they were a potential 204 witness.
Commissioner, I had asked and explained to Advocate Ngube that these are crime intelligence officers. I don't feel comfortable, I mean, the commissioners have had sites and they are aware, but I don't feel comfortable naming them for various reasons. And also because I don't understand what specific role they play at crime intelligence, I could be potentially putting them in danger. So I had asked not to mention the names.
No, I understand when you say it because it's a potential 204 witness. I just needed to understand why we mentioned Mr. Moyane, Brigadier Tom Moyane by name, and then another crime intelligence officer we do not mention. So it's sufficient when you say he was potentially a Section 204 witness.
Thank you.
And Moyane is mentioned in the the application for investigation.
Correct.
As a suspect.
Correct. The Lushaba housebreaking matter would be second. Advocate Johnson justified IDAC's mandate by stating that there was not a housebreaking matter, but a defeating the ends of justice case and perjury. She said the matter must proceed by contacting the commander. I am still uncertain as to which commander she was referring to, but Mr. Perumal seemed to understand. She instructed that a Section 28 summons be issued to the tracker or to tracker to trace the movements of Mr. Lushaba's vehicle, and that Major General Feroz Khan should be contacted for the details of Hudson, who had later been added to the 28-1. Advocate Johnson also stated that witness is a possible witness.
Yes, proceed.
A hotel accommodation matter and other expenses would be next. She mentioned properties and purchases being made for the political task force / team. She said we should also look into the political killings task team's protection regarding Mr. Ian Cameron, being the chair of the police portfolio committee and a member of parliament, a politician linked to the DA.
Can we just, that's on page 6 of the notes, of the handwritten notes.
Correct.
It's earlier and then again linked to.
Thank you. I do not recall if she said the PKTT was providing protection for Mr. Cameron or whether Mr. Cameron was protecting the PKTT. I would think the former, but I do not remember the specifics. And my notes do not assist me in recalling this aspect. In respect of properties being purchased with COVID funds from the SSA, Advocate Johnson said that we would look at DivCom of CI, General Kumalo, General Lushaba,
and General Madondo, Advocate Johnson also said that we must look for a link between the SSA and the Tembisa contract, which I later became aware was in fact the Medicare 24 contract.
And if we can just look at your notes, that appears under number 4 on page 2. So you've circled the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. On page 2, we've got 3, which says hotel accommodation, and then 4, we've got properties, COVID funds, Tembisa contract.
Correct.
At that stage, you had no idea that it related to the Medicare 24 contract.
I only became aware in May.
Do you know why Advocate Johnson referred to it as the Tembisa contract? SAP's contract, Tembisa contract.
I'm not sure if she was confusing the contracts or she was using the code names of to not openly state what it was, like the names of the projects.
Okay, if I can then just take you back to page 1 where, there near the date where you have in that block police contract equals for SAP's tender Tembisa Hospital.
Correct.
Is that the same Tembisa contract that you're referring to under item 4 on page 2?
Correct, because it was emphasized that when we were investigating the, if I may just, so when we're investigating the properties and the COVID funds, we must investigate, and it was repeated quite a bit, that we must investigate whether there's a link between that and the Tembisa hospital contract, which I became aware was the Medicare 24.
To your knowledge, at the time of these instructions, had IDEC received a referral relating to the Medicare 24 contract as the date of these instructions?
I can confirm that at that time there was no referral.
Okay. Thank you.
15.2.6.
Contracts issued would be another leg of the investigation. 15.2.7, the PKTT would be a separate leg of investigation. Paragraph 16. After she set out the various investigations, Advocate Johnson said that we were to investigate corruption, PFMA violations, and the Secret Service account. Mr. Sissoko was tasked with arranging a meeting with the IGI, which did occur. Advocate Johnson then stated that in respect of the purchase of properties in the name of Mabusela and Colonel Masingi, the lady from Action SA, whose name appears on the presentation, Miss Darlene, am I saying it correct? Darlene James.
Can we just step back before you go, because you're going a page ahead of us. On page 2, at the foot of page 2, where you say, in your paragraph where you say at 16, Advocate Johnson said that we are investigating corruption, PFMA violations, and the Secret Service account. That is with reference to page 2 of your notes when you say, what are we investigation, corruption, PFMA, secret fund account.
Correct.
And then you refer to a meeting, what is that, with office of the IG. Mr. Sissoko, what was Mr. Sissoko supposed to meet the office of the IG about?
Mr. Sissoko was to facilitate arranging a meeting with the IGI. I only later became aware on the 23rd of January that the IGI was investigating these properties and the purchases using the COVID funds, etc. And the meeting did take place, and I will explain it a bit later.
Will you also explain how you came to know of that?
All these notes are from what Advocate Johnson was instructing us must be done. So Advocate Johnson had indicated that the IGI has information and that a meeting must be arranged.
Okay, and
I thought Ms. Ngube is asking you, how do you know that the meeting occurred? Or if that's not what she was asking, that's my question.
The meeting of the IGI, I was present.
okay, that's one way of dealing with it. Okay, so then you can go to the lady from Action SA. Now you in your notes on page 3.
Correct.
You have, you've dealt with houses, properties, Mabusela's name, Colonel Masingi. Then you've got 2 properties, 28 million, 48 million. And then you have a sort of a bracket, and you've got Action SA lady coming for this.
For this.
Okay, so the Action SA lady is going to speak to this.
From what I was told by Mr. Perumal, and as per the presentation,
On page 227.
7.
So you'll have to open file 10, page 227. My apologies. Which is post-authorization activities. You have it?
correct?
That's post-authorization activities. This is the presentation, Mr. Perumal's portion of the presentation on the 22nd of January, and the first bullet point. You can read it into the record and explain to us what was discussed in the meeting about this aspect.
On the 15th of January 2025, the MP contacted Chief Perumal and advised that another MP, Ms. James from Action SA, was intending to meet with the IPID on Monday, 20th January 2025.
The first MP here is Mr. Adams.
Correct.
Still.
Continue.
He advised that her intention was to open a case and to request IPID to conduct investigations regarding the two properties that were purchased using CI COVID funds. Mr. Perumal, after being provided with her contact details, contacted her and advised her that IDAC has already undertaken to investigate same.
And then the next page, 228.
The MP then undertook to come to IDAC offices on
Now, when you say MP here, you're referring now to
Ms.
Ms.
James.
James. Well, not you, but Mr. Perumal.
Mr. Perumal, correct. The MP then undertook to come to IDAC offices on Monday, 20th January 2025, with her draft affidavit and evidence, and to conclude same with IDAC investigators. Her affidavit and documentary evidence will be filed in the case docket, which focuses on the abuse of COVID funds. Further investigations and interviews will be conducted. Must I read the last one as well?
Yes, you may.
The designated team has been activated, briefed, and deployed from 20 January 2025 to the 31st of January 2025 to finalize all outstanding evidential material or matters.
Why did you laugh when you read that?
I was just remembering how the briefing and the instruction, or what was the word? It was briefed and deployed. It was rather instructed and screamed at.
Okay. So that is where, so when you say in your note on page 3 of file 10, the Action SA lady coming for this, it's referring to that that is set out in the presentation.
Correct.
Okay. And was there any further information? Did you know what evidence, documentary evidence she had and where she had obtained that evidence?
I was informed in the meeting that Ms. James also received an envelope under the door with top secret documentation and confidential documents and information about these things.
An information note.
And an information note, yeah.
And the documentary evidence that she had received that was also slipped under her door related to this aspect only, or was there something else that it related to as well?
If I may just clarify, Ms. James never came to IDAC. She did not, I was asked to wait until at least, I think it was 5:30 or 6 o'clock. And then I went home, showered, and then I had to come back for the forklift witness. So she didn't answer Mr. Perumal's calls, and she did not come through. But later on, if I'm not mistaken, it was somewhere in February or early March.
Yes, that's also some of the documentation that must still be disclosed. Yes.
Mr. Perumal sends me a WhatsApp. It's a very concerning WhatsApp because it is marked top secret on the top, and it is the security risk and assessment of Mr. Ian Cameron. The message below that, and it's both pages that was sent to me via WhatsApp. And the second paragraph, or the typed paragraph on that is, it makes sense why the Action SA lady didn't come. I'm paraphrasing because I don't have it in front of me.
Yes, we will deal with this aspect in full, Chair, once the documentation is available, and I can foresee that there's potentially a further statement that will be required, but for now we can just deal with it on this level because there are some serious aspects flowing from that as well that we'd need to explore. But for now, we're just dealing with what the briefing was, and that there was potentially a witness, a further witness that was going to provide that information. Was Ms. James was the intention that she was going to be a witness, or that she was also going to do a Section 27 affidavit, or would it form part of this?
From the presentation, it's clear that Mr. Perumal had indicated or had intended on filing her affidavit and her documents in the existing Fadil Adams dockets, and she would then become a witness.
Okay.
Did she ever file an affidavit, Ms. James?
Not with IDAC.
Do you know if she filed with IPID?
I was informed later that she did in fact choose to go to IPID versus IDAC.
That was part of the WhatsApp that Mr. Perumal sent you to say this is why she didn't come to us or something like that?
Correct.
Yes. And did Mr. Perumal say where he got that information from, the top secret information from?
No, he did not indicate. And at that point of our relationship or working relationship, there was a lot of, I was being excluded from a lot of information.
Okay. Can we then go back to your notes and we can deal with paragraph 17 of your statement on page 9? And in your notes, I think we are now still on page 3 of file 11.
Correct.
Continue, paragraph 17.
No stone was left unturned during this meeting. Mr. Perumal said that we must investigate the procurement of furniture and that there were 7 constables who were given the contracts for the procurement of the furniture. Advocate Johnson also gave instructions that the vetting files were to be subpoenaed in terms of Section 28.
Sorry, Commissioners, we're now on page 4 of the notes of file 11. And you can continue. Still paragraph 17. Advocate Johnson
then she told the investigators to go and talk to Khan first because he was on leave and the Section 28 must be served on him so that he can consult with the team. Advocate Johnson then provided General Khan's private cell phone number. The way I understood the instruction was that the Section 28 summonses must be served on General Khan, but before doing so, he had to be consulted first to make sure that he was available to assist, as opposed to him being on leave when the summonses are served on him. Advocate Johnson also indicated that there was a female in vetting
The name provided was Nube, who may be willing to talk. And the name of an attorney, Mr. Ian Small Smith, was provided. I cannot remember why the name was important enough to note at the time. Mr. Perumal advised that all...
Before you proceed, at this point of things, did you know anything, if at all, about the nature of the relationship between Advocate Johnson and Mr. Khan?
No,
You didn't know anything at all?
no.
Okay. That they even talked to each other?
I was aware that Advocate Johnson's husband works at Crime Intel. No, I'm lying under oath now. I apologize.
You're mistaken.
I'm mistaken. With the Miss General Khan thing, like I had alluded to in statement 1, I was aware of the docket situation and the information being sent by Advocate Johnson to General Khan, where he was a suspect.
This is the assault case?
The assault case, yes. So I was aware that there was, and I also knew that Advocate Johnson's husband and Mr. General Khan worked in the same office.
As much as you knew it?
That's as much as I knew.
Thank you.
Ms. Nube, is there any reason why the statement is no longer being displayed?
Sorry, which statement?
So, as the witness was reading paragraph 17, it was not displayed.
Yes, I indicated that we're displaying the notes, the witness's notes, because she's speaking to the notes. She's summarizing her notes and not the state. So we can't display both. So it's better to display the notes so that we can follow how she's interpreting the notes. Unless we take the notes down and show her statement, but I thought it would be better to do it this way because this is the actual evidence that she's producing.
It's a bit difficult because we have the notes, we can read them from our files, but the other people in the room don't have the notes and the statement. So them looking at the notes without the statement is a bit complicated. So
But
maybe
she's reading-
you decide which is
Yeah.
easier.
I don't know, I'll take guidance from the commissioners because she's reading what the notes say, so I thought that would be the easier way. Otherwise, the public don't see the notes if we display the statement, which she's reading in any event. But I'll be guided by the commissioners because it is going to be a lengthy exercise.
Too small, so the side-by-side won't work. No, let's continue with what you...
So we should display the statement instead, the notes.
The notes.
Okay, thank you. Chair, there was an indication that we would try and see if we can do the split screen later after thing. So I just... Then paragraph 18 of your statement.
Mr. Perumal advised that all Section 28 summonses would be served in that week. being the week of the 22nd of January 2025. Mr. Perumal indicated that the statement of Miriam, a member of crime intelligence vetting component, I am able to mention this name because she filed an affidavit and it has been disclosed, was almost complete. Advocate Johnson stated that lifestyle audits must be conducted on General Lushaba and General Kumalo, as well as FIC applications to determine overseas travel. Advocate Johnson advised that the assets of the PKTT should be profiled.
Okay, just pause that. Is page
Why
4.
are you does she explain why you are looking at lifestyles and overseas travel? I mean, the allegations arising from Mr. Adams's 27, which is the basis of the presentation, right? So everyone is on the same page. We are working off that document. What arising from that section 27 gets you to overseas travel and lifestyle? Was there an obvious link explained?
Nothing. I do state in my statement that it became concerning to me why these instructions were being issued, but more so, I later on state or explained why I couldn't understand where Advocate Johnson was getting this information from to be so detailed in the instructions and what we were supposed to do during this investigation.
Thank you. Before you continue with paragraph 19, we are now, Commissioners, on page 5 of the notes, file 11. Continue paragraph 19.
Advocate Johnson said that the National Commissioner, General Masiamula, should not be informed of the investigation. She said the National Commissioner would appear at the Portfolio Committee on Policing soon, and we should let him lie at the Portfolio Committee. I assume this was because IDAC was engaged in discussions with the members of the Portfolio Committee on Policing who would know about certain aspects of the investigation. General Masiamula, unaware of the investigations, would then presumably be caught in a lie.
Okay, can I just ask you, so when the committee members, the members of the Portfolio Committee on Policing that we know so far would be Mr. Adams, Ms. James, and Mr. Cameron.
Correct.
And I just want to refer you to page 2820, which is in file 7, which is an affidavit by Mr. Ian Cameron. And you let me know once you have it. Page 2820.
Thank you.
It's an affidavit by Mr. Ian Cameron, and if you go to page 2820, it was deposed and commissioned on the 9th of April 2025 in Cape Town by Mr. Brian Padiachi.
Confirm.
Okay. And just to give context, Mr. Cameron says at page 2820 that at paragraph 4, I, together with members of my committee, are primarily responsible for oversight to ensure effective law enforcement within SAPS. And then at 5, he says, as chairperson, I convened a portfolio committee meeting on Wednesday, 2025-04-02, online with members of the committee, senior managers from the Office of the Minister of Police and senior management of the SAPS, led by General Fani Masimola. And he sets out certain events in there, but then I want you to go to 2821, paragraph 8, he says some committee members were not satisfied with the SAP's management responses. However, in the absence of factual evidence, I intervened and closed the agenda point and moved to the next item on the agenda. Then at paragraph 10, which should actually be paragraph 9, importantly, he says, I suspect that the senior management of the SAPs, led by General Masamola, misled the Portfolio Committee in answer to several questions posed to them. To confirm exactly where the committee was misled, it will be prudent for the committee's recording of the meeting to be compared with the evidence available in the relevant crime intelligence files. So from what he seems to be saying in here is that General Masimola and whoever was in that committee meeting from SAPS had effectively misled, lied to the committee. And we know now from your notes on page 5 at file 11 that Advocate Johnson said you mustn't tell the National Commissioner about the investigation. Let him lie to the committee. He'll be caught in a lie. And Mr. Cameron was one of the committee members who was engaging with IDAC at the time and knew that there was an investigation at the time, correct?
From this affidavit and from the notes, correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Nube, you should read paragraph 7 because it gives a context
Yes.
to 8. Sorry if you had already read it.
Yes.
I might have missed it.
Paragraph 7 of that same 2821, there have been several media press releases and on social digital platforms where allegations of corruption within the Crime Intelligence Division have surfaced. The committee was therefore focused on addressing some of these allegations, as will be evident from the minutes. So it was about crime intelligence that General Masimola was being called to that Committee on Policing. Advocate Johnson knew that in January 2025 when she has that briefing session because she says he will be appearing at the Portfolio Committee on Police soon. Correct?
Correct. It's also later made reference to in 2 July, the memo that I'll be addressing or speaking about
Yes.
with regards to this.
The 2 July memo relating to the arrest of General Masimola and General Kumalo,
Yes, correct.
that you prepared a memorandum on, which we'll get to that.
Yes.
Thank you.
But can we say for sure that the discussion with Advocate Johnson related to this portfolio committee meeting? Because this meeting is in April, and that discussion is taking place 3
January.
months prior. Now, we know from evidence that there were other portfolio committee meetings, the one in March, for example, where the name of Mr. Brown Mokgotsi was mentioned for the first time. And I don't know how many others. So can we say for certain that the discussion in paragraph 19 of your statement was related
Yes.
to the portfolio committee meeting in April?
Commissioner Kumalo, we'll look into that, but this was specifically in relation to crime intelligence, this portfolio committee meeting on policing. So we will look at the others to see whether those also related to crime intelligence.
Because it says here he will be appearing soon. Now, I don't take soon to be in 2-3 months from now. That's really my difficulty.
Okay, we'll have a look into that. Okay, you can continue.
Maybe, sorry, Ms. Nube, maybe for completeness on this Ian Cameron affidavit, we should point out that Mr. Cameron doesn't say in what respect did the SAPS team lie or is suspected to have lied.
Correct.
That's correct?
That's correct.
He doesn't provide any particulars.
May I offer
Yes, please.
an observation from, because of the matters and the way they were being dealt with? It would honestly have been at the time where General Masimola would have been questioned on the vetting and security clearance of Ms. Madondo and Mr. Khan, at the point where he says that it had been sent to SSA. So in line of that, but it could be many more.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Do you then want to go to page 10, paragraph 20 of your statement?
Thereafter, Advocate Johnson relayed an incident that occurred.
Sorry, just before that, there is on your note but you don't deal with it in your statement. On page 5, after the let him lie, and then there's a IGI, there's a block that has the IGI. Can you tell us what that note was about?
With regards to this, as far as I can remember, it was Advocate Johnson was explaining that we must go and have a discussion and see if we can have an agreement to share information with the IGI. And at some point, someone said that IGI can't give us their reports because they are confidential or top secret and designated for specific, either the president or the minister. And there was an intelligence file. I don't understand I must control part. I will have to just think about it. It will come back to me. But this whole thing was about the meeting with IGI and trying to get the information from IGI.
And when you say I must control, is that what Advocate Johnson is saying in the meeting, I must control? Or
Correct.
are you making a note for yourself that you must control?
No, if it was a side note, I make a little circle or a bubble above it. But if it's just like this, then it's instructions from Advocate Johnson.
Okay.
Before you leave your note at page 5, did Advocate Johnson say why the National Commissioner should be left to lie? What was the plan, the idea behind let him go lie to Parliament and then what?
Like I said in statement 1, Commissioners, it looked and obviously became evident that there was a line of march, and that line of march was to get General Kumalo and General Masiamola in an accused box. And so obviously there was, at some point there was talk about if he lies at portfolio committee, but this is well after. I think this is in February or March, and this was just between Padiachi and myself and Mr. Perumal, where if he lies, we can at least charge him for perjury.
He would have lied to a committee of Parliament, which in itself is an offense.
So the plan was to set him up.
In essence, it was. That was the instructions. Don't tell him, let him go and lie.
So that he can be arrested and charged.
Correct.
And be presented to court.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, then back to your statement.
Thereafter, Advocate Johnson relayed an incident that occurred when she attended the Minister of Police residence for a meeting either a day or 2 days before the 22nd of January 2025 meeting. I will deal with this under the investigation of Mr. Nkabinde. Suffice to state that for present purposes, that I do not know what was discussed with the Minister during the meeting, because Advocate Johnson did not elaborate. As part of the presentation for my evidence before the Commission, I note that according to Major General Charity Matlala Matlo, in an affidavit dated 6 June 2025, Minister Mkunu referred the Medicare 24 to the SAP's internal audit, risk and integrity management on 9 January 2025. I do not know if this incident, or if this is coincidence that on the 22nd of January 2025, after meeting with the Minister, Advocate Johnson referred to the Medicare 24 contract, albeit as a SAPS Tembisa contract at the time, for the first time. At this stage, there is no Section 27 referral or Section 28 investigation regarding the Medicare contract. On the 23rd of January 2025, Mr. Perumal and Padiachi gave feedback on the consultation held with General Khan. Present during this session, or that session, was Mr. Padiachi, Perumal and Rapesu and me. Once again, this consultation with Khan was done without my knowledge. They informed us that General Khan told them that General Khumalo did not have top secret clearance. According to General Khan, notwithstanding the absence of top secret clearance, General Madondo had called General Khan and told him to give the new DivCom CI. General Masia Mola had called General Khan and told him to give the new DivCom CI, General Khumalo, support, and that he, General Khan, should follow up on the vetting process of General Khumalo. Mr. Perumal seemed to think that this was compelling evidence of wrongdoing on the part of General Masia Mola.
Thank you. I do want to go back to your notes, but Chair, I see that it is 12:59. Might this be a convenient time?
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Can I go home now?
Yes,
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Gerzinqube.
Ms. Ramsamy, we were still...
I'm very sorry. Let me remind Commissioner Valoy. She wanted to ask a question here.
Mr. Ramsamy, you were speaking in paragraph 20 about, you made reference to a meeting of the minister and Ms. Johnson. And what I wanted to ask you is, Ms. Johnson has testified to 2 meetings with the minister. You speak of 2 meetings. And in her, according to her, there was a first meeting, which was a meet and greet. It didn't last long. Minister wanted to know about IDEC, how it works. And then the second meeting, it was her and I think it's General Libya, and it was about a matter. And she didn't stay long in that meeting. She said, I don't report to you, Minister. I report to a different minister. I don't deal with these matters. I'm leaving. And General Libya said, I'll deal with it. And she left, and she doesn't know what happened there. Do you know anything about those two meetings?
No,
You never heard about them?
no, I didn't know any of those.
She never reported she had a meet and greet with the minister?
No, there was, the impression I got from when she was explaining the meeting on the 20th, the 21st, was that it was not the first meeting of this nature. But those two meetings, I cannot
you know
confirm
nothing
nor
about.
deny, yeah.
All right, thank you.
So you know of at least 3 meetings because you say during the discussion of the 22nd, she told you about the meeting of the 21st. And it was not the first meeting. So it was possibly a second.
Second, third, fourth, I
No,
can't
let's
confirm.
stick to second because we don't know how many. And then the other one you are aware of is the one of the 23rd.
Correct,
So at least 3 meetings.
confirm.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Sigel, besides the statement file and the handwritten notes, I have file 7, file 10, Mr. Rapesu's statement file. It's quite a clutter in front of.
You can put Mr. Rapesu's file away,
Only
Chair.
that one.
Yes, they're dealing with the file notes, and then file 10, 11, and the statement file.
Thank you.
In file 11, page 6, just before you deal with, you've already dealt with the events of the 23rd, but we haven't completed your file notes insofar as the 22nd is concerned. And if you go to 5 was the page where you made a note about the National Commissioner and let him lie. And then on 6, there is a February 2018. Can you just take us to that? You don't deal with it in your statement. So if you can just tell us what it is that you were recording here, what your notes say.
PKTT was formed in Feb 2018, and that there was a link to Ian Cameron, DA. And this was in relation to what Advocate Johnson was stating.
Okay.
And it stems from, not the IGI notes, but it stems from the Action SA lady, as she was called in the meeting.
Okay. And then in the block on page 6, you have Sabia. What were you recording here?
Okay, it must be noted that this is General Sabia. And we were told to speak to, in the third block, there's a name of a person, or the third name is an investigator in IDAC. The reason I asked that it be redacted is because he has one specific matter. And if I say that name, the other name, the second name that follows would be. So we were to discuss with that investigating officer the second name and the link to General Sabia.
Without mentioning the name, the second name, is it someone in the SEPS? Is it someone outside?
It's a member of, or former member of high-ranking crime intelligence.
So you were supposed to establish a link
Between that person
member and General Sibia.
Correct.
Okay.
But did Advocate Johnson say why you had to do this? This doesn't seem to come from any of Mr. Adams' complaints which gave rise to Project Diversion.
No, Advocate. Like I said, and I think I'm saying it now for the third or fourth time, this is one of the main reasons for my unease. I didn't know where this information that Advocate Johnson was relaying to us is coming from. And I didn't understand how it was linked to the 27 referral. And my greater concern was, who was giving Advocate Johnson this information to direct the investigation in this manner?
Well, did you have a suspicion as to who it was?
I did. Because of the meeting that evening, I suspected that this was, and because Advocate Johnson said that Minister Mkhunu wanted to clean up SAPS and crime intelligence, I assumed that there were conversations happening with regards to the greater scheme of things.
So you suspected Advocate Johnson was getting this information from Minister Mkhunu?
That, as well as the fact that her husband worked in crime intelligence.
Okay. Now, insofar as General Sabia is concerned, you have reference there to through 28 and National Commissioner. What was to happen there?
28 was supposed to be sent to the National Commissioner for the personnel file of General Sabia.
Okay, for General Sabia's personnel file. Okay.
From this, it sounds like General Sibia in this case was the subject of interest if you are looking for his personnel file.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And was this ever actioned?
Not to my knowledge. I did not receive any information.
Okay, then on the next page of file 11, page 7, you don't deal with this meeting in your statement, so I just want us to deal with it. It says Teams meeting, Dylan, MRDR, so I'm assuming it's Mr. Perumal, Mr. Rapesu, and yourself.
Correct.
Having a meeting on the 22nd, or same day. Was this after the presentation meeting or before?
Correct. It was called, as per Mr. Perumal, a caucus meeting where he was indicating the things that needed to be done.
Following from the presentation?
From the instructions of Advocate Johnson after the presentation.
Okay. The first one there, can you just tell us what that is? It relates to the vetting? It's a section 28. I can't see who it will be served on.
It will be served on Miriam, who's a witness, upon consultation regarding her affidavit. If I remember correctly, the witness had concerns about deposing to an affidavit without informing NASCOM and the legal department of SAPS. And so that 28 needed to be served on her so that she could show them that she's compelled to disclose, as well as provide documents within her control.
Okay, and
In her control.
And this was what? Vetting?
It would have been the vetting department of crime intelligence, yes.
Okay.
and then you have another entry regarding a section 28, which is a personnel file. Can you just tell us there, because it refers to BMW clerk?
I did mention in my earlier testimony or on the previous occasion that at that point I didn't even know that Brigadier Mokwele was the BMW lady. And in the meeting, she's referred to as the BMW clerk. Where I say to discuss with, it's probably I had to discuss it with the ID. And then the next line is Dylan would action the following. To serve a 28 on the NASCOM for the personnel file and for the BMW clerk lady and for the personnel file from BMW and documents relating to the clerk, who I later became aware was the brigadier. And the next one was the 28 records.
And that she's an engineer, not a clerk, you later learn.
Correct, that she's an engineer.
Okay.
With an MBA.
We were not informed of this by the investigating officers.
Just thought to set the record straight.
Yes.
The next one?
The section 28 medical records of Lushaba, General Lushaba. This was a fight. This was a very big fight, and this started a lot of problems in the team. I think during consultation with the evidence leaders, I even asked them, do you know what a J88 is? And they laughed at me. But in this meeting, when I was saying, because they wanted to 28 the hospital for the entire medical file, you cannot do that. How am I going to lead the evidence, should I ever lead the evidence? Because does this man waiver his rights to confidentiality? And I said to them, the legal process, if you want a medical record, is you take a J88 to the doctor, especially for that specific medical consultation. And they will fill it in, and it becomes a 212, which then becomes easier to prove in court. And with Mr. Padiachi, I got the blankest stare. It was as if it just went over. And with Mr. Perumal, he was like, oh, yeah, we'll do that. But they never did that. They actually did 28, the full medical file.
Mr. General Lushava's full
medical file from the emergency for the medical treatment after the incident.
And then you did speak about the next one, which was the tracker and the Inatus information.
Correct.
And that would have been on General Lushava's vehicle.
Correct.
And what is it that they were trying to get from that?
I know that there was an argument between Mr. Perumal and Mr. Rapesu about this, because Mr. Rapesu was trying to explain that we are not investigating the events that occurred when the housebreaking happened, whether he picked up a lady of the night or he was wrong. The investigation was based on what transpired after the case opened at the station level. So there was an argument about this, and I'm not sure if it was done. It has never been provided to me.
And then the funds of the task team, there's just an arrow there. It doesn't have a 28 next to it.
No. With regards to this, Advocate Johnson had previously said that when it comes to the task team, the political killings task team, that the investigation must look at, or it must be an investigation to obtain a racketeering certificate and prosecute in terms of poker. That little block was determining, so Mr. Perumal wanted to lump sum everything. The vetting, the irregular appointments, into one solid, I don't even know what to call it, it's not a solid thing. It's just one file. And charge everybody in one go on racketeering. And so that was a discussion that was actually eventually settled by Advocate Johnson saying, no, it's not going to happen that way.
And you have there in the block corruption, racketeering task team. What is that referring to?
The same. It's the same thing with regards to the funds of the task team, resources, isolation, and then the manner in which Mr. Perumal wanted to proceed.
Okay, then we can go to the next page, which is page 8. That's where I think you deal with that meeting on page 11, paragraph 21 of your statement, which is the 23 January 2025 meeting, where Mr. Perumal is reporting back about the meeting with General Khan.
Correct.
Okay, but on your notes, that is in a block, a separate block at the bottom of page 8, file 11, there is other entries there that may be of relevance. I see that General Masimola's name is mentioned there again. It says Masimola equals SSA removed. What is that about? Do you recall?
Where are we?
On page 8.
At the bottom.
No, at the bottom deals with General Khan. At the top where it has Dylan and Brian.
Okay. I
Then
see
there's
third
meeting.
line, fourth line.
Yes.
One of the issues that I raised was that, so when Mr. Perumal was explaining the meeting with Feroz Khan, the issue of the vetting being sent to SSA had come up. And Mr. Perumal indicated that there must be an investigation with regards to this whole thing, and that the vetting should have been removed from SSA. It should never have gone because crime intelligence has their own vetting. However, attached to the memo on the 27th of July, there is a clear explanation about the SSA vetting thing that basically makes this whole argument null and void.
You mean the 7th of July?
7th of July,
Okay,
yes,
yes.
2025.
And then the block where it has Feroz Kumalo, you've explained that in your statement at paragraph 21.
Yes.
Okay. You can continue with your statement at paragraph 22.
Thank you. Mr. Perumal stated that Khan becomes very important to the project diversion investigations. He also said that he would be meeting Els and Shlangwane that day. These were identified by General Khan as possible witnesses. After the meeting with Advocate Johnson on the 30th of January 2025 regarding the Mr. Nkabinde matter, no further meetings were held until April 2025, or if meetings were held, I was not included.
Okay, can I then ask you to go to page 12 of file 11, which deals with the still aspects of the meeting of the 23rd of January 2025, I think you meant. That 2301, 2026, you wrote just to identify the thing, because it was
pages.
out of order, but should be 2025.
Correct.
Yes. Okay, there you've got Khan becomes important, and then there is section 2828 again, serve Masemola, Tom Moyane, and NASCOM, D-class. What is that?
Declassify.
So the request was for the National Commissioner to declassify?
What had happened was when Advocate Johnson instructed that the 28 must be served on Feroz Khan, so that because those documents were in his possession based on his position. During the consultation that took place between Mr. Padiachi, Mr. Perumal, and Mr. Khan, Mr. Khan said that they have to be served on the NASCOM, being General Masiamula, so that because they are classified. And so the only person in SAPS that can declassify the personnel files is the NASCOM.
Okay. Then back to your statement, page 11, the new topic, mounting pressure to progress investigations and effect arrests.
Before you deal with the new topic, at this point, and I'm looking up to paragraph 22, surely at this point you must have a sense about the role of General Khan here. Can you just speak to that? I mean, it's difficult to comprehend a situation where you are all having these discussions in these meetings and tasks are given and his name keeps coming up. You also know who he is, that you now know he's in crime intelligence. He works with Advocate Johnson, Johnson's husband. So there are certain facts you know. You must have formed a view at this point about his...
I did.
Yeah, can you just share that with us?
So what I did was I Googled because there was a lot of talk about him being on sick leave or suspension, but I wasn't following it. So I had Googled, and I realized that there was a lot of problems between himself and management of SAPS. My opinion that I formed was that if I'm allowed to just deviate a little bit. In 2023, I had been given a docket where the former head of crime intelligence, Lieutenant General Jacobs, is supposed to have been accused number one. And when I was one statement short from being able to enroll the matter against 3 suspects in the matter.
You were in IDEC at that time?
I'm in IDEC at the time. That is one of the 3 matters that I indicated in statement 1 where Advocate Johnson point blank refused to let me proceed. In fact, she held a meeting saying that those dockets were going to be sent to SECU, but they had come through the Zondo Commission. And it was around that time that I was putting the link of Advocate Johnson's husband, crime intelligence, and this matter, because people talk. And I was also asking the investigating officer, why are we being blocked? And then I had heard about Advocate Johnson's husband and Mr. Khan being friends. Then all of this happened. So I put 4 and 4 together, and I realized that there were other aspects at play, which made me even more cautious with my note-taking, my written objections, notifying management of how procedures are not being followed. And the mere fact that the Feroz Khan affidavit in the Lushaba matter was kept from me. There's an email to that effect where I'm saying I'm not even made aware of it. I've now had 2 court appearances. I have replied to requests for further particulars. So when I disclose this, it's going to look like I'm hiding information from the defense. So I also vocalized my concerns about General Khan's involvement. It also became very clear his agenda when I started reading his affidavits. And I put so in 2 memos, that he's only speaking about his own issues. So I do believe that he had influence on these matters and how they progressed.
The investigations and the decisions to prosecute.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the statement. You were dealing with paragraph 23.
It seemed that out of nowhere, Advocate Johnson started putting immense pressure on the team to start effecting arrests on Project Diversion. Advocate Johnson wanted matters enrolled as a matter of urgency. On the 9th of April 2025, Mr. Perumal informed me that Advocate Johnson wanted to advise us that the meeting with Ian Cameron went very well, and that we have his full support, and that we got his affidavit. Mr. Perumal forwarded messages from Advocate Johnson where it is clear that she was eager for the arrests to be effected as soon as possible, or as she put it, let us strike while it is hot.
We do have the screenshot of that. It's not yet in the bundle. It's part of the documents, but we do have that's supposed to be added and compiled. So we're going to flight that now, but it will be added to file 10 at some point when we do the other documents. Are you able to see it and read it?
Yeah. Okay, ID. Just wanted to advise, meeting with Ian Cameron went well. Full support from him. We got his affidavit. We also got,
No, I think you must start from the beginning. This is an email this is a WhatsApp from Mr. Perumal.
correct, this is a WhatsApp from Mr. Perumal. He forwarded it to me after he had sent it to Advocate Johnson.
Yes, okay.
So he was reporting
To Advocate Johnson.
okay.
We also got General Pinar to come in. Once she saw the evidence she's withdrawing I think her reports, wherein she cleared Lushaba. I will sign off on her affidavit on Friday. She admits that she was misled by the IO and Lushaba's friends, etc. We're back at airport, flying back to PTA at 6 p.m.
And so that is his message that he sent to Advocate Johnson, and he's now sending it to you to show that's what he sent her.
Correct.
And then he forwards, so he's basically forwarding the conversation that he's having with Advocate Johnson to you.
Correct.
And where we then see the white messages like that, a long message, where it doesn't have a forward, it's because it's his message to her. So when you send it to somebody else, it's not going to show as a forwarded message. But her message to him will come across as a forwarded message.
Correct.
So where we see forwarded, that is from Advocate Johnson to Mr. Perumal. And where we don't see forward, it's his message to her.
Correct.
Okay?
Okay, thank you. Stay on Pinat. I think you meant Pinar. So that we enroll Lushaba ASAP.
And his response?
No problem ID.
And
Her reply. Let us strike while it's hot.
And that was in reference to enrolling the matters in order to get warrants of arrest?
Correct.
Okay. And what is the process of the enrollment? At that, what would have had to happen in order to get the matters enrolled?
Firstly, we would have had to have a 28-1. And then the prosecutors would have had to evaluate the evidence. From there, one of two things would have happened. If the prosecutor felt that there was a prima facie case, the matter would have been enrolled. If not, then a memo, which I will later display how I had done on the crime intelligence matters to Advocate Johnson, is done to say no prima facie case.
When it gets enrolled for the purposes of getting a warrant, is it dealt with in the magistrate's chambers? You don't go into open court for that purpose?
For a warrant of arrest,
Yeah.
the prosecutor is not even supposed to be there.
So who are the role players?
It would be the magistrate and the investigating officer with the investigating officer's affidavit, and there's a pro forma. It's a J, I can't remember, but it's a J something. At the top, it would say, I, Dushantha Ramsamy, confirm that I have perused the docket, and I confirm that there's a prima facie case. I would then sign it, and at the bottom date it, and then there's another portion where the investigating officer will fill out.
And then you're asking the magistrate to authorize the warrant?
But the magistrate is not bound by me saying that there's a prima facie case, because remember, I'm not telling the magistrate what is in the charge sheet or the docket or anything like that. The magistrate is bound in their own duties and responsibilities to read and question the affidavit of the investigating officer. Based on that, then the magistrate would sign the J50.
Sorry, that message is gone. The WhatsApp.
Oh, the WhatsApp. Okay.
You now
we'll
have the
take-
statement.
Yes.
Commissioner Kumalo says it's a view once message.
We can retrieve it.
Please do. Yeah. This affidavit. So Perumal, Chief Perumal, says we got his affidavit. In terms of dates, when this message is exchanged, does that connect to the affidavit that we looked at earlier? Or is he speaking about a different affidavit, do you know?
If memory serves, It is the same date.
Okay.
Yeah. If I can just remember which.
If you go to 2820
Thank you.
in file 7,
28.
it's dated the 9th of
April
April
2025.
2025. And
Does-
your exchange with him is on that day.
Correct.
And it's at 1:30, and that is by Brian Padiachi.
Correct.
Okay. So it's that same affidavit.
It would appear so, yes, Commissioner.
And before Mr. Perumal went to meet with Mr. Ian Cameron, was this discussed as part of your work that you're doing, that we will go and speak to Member of Parliament, Ian Cameron? He has approached us, or we know somehow that we'll get something out of him. How does Perumal end up talking to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee?
Commissioner, after the 30th of January, until April, I'm completely kept out of the loop. And it's after this message where I'm now being told that we must strike while it's hot, that I'm doing, there is another presentation where I say I've only received documents on the 11th of April. I haven't received any of the information that was received through the 28th. So I cannot enroll according to the timeline.
If you are kept out of the loop, you say from January until about April, how do you explain that Mr. Perumal sends you this? Because this suggests, on the face of it, this message suggests you know what he's talking about because you've been part of it. How do you explain it then?
I actually had a conversation about this. When I spoke to Mr. Sissoko about this, I said to him, now they want me in because they need a prosecutor. So now they want to bring me into the fold, and the word I used was play nice because they needed a prosecutor.
It's because they wanted to enroll the matters.
Correct.
Okay. And they could only do that with a prosecutor?
With a prosecutor.
Okay.
And do you know whether General Pina did withdraw her report that cleared General Lushaba? Do you know what happened with that?
That was an even bigger fight. Even if she is shown evidence, it's like the commissioners make their findings and submit a report. You can't now say that you're going to withdraw your April report because of the information that we've received now that contradicts there. You would do a supplementary or a new report saying, based on my new findings, this is what I have discovered or has been placed before me. And due to that, I wish to amend my initial report. And at that point, I actually got Mr. Sissoko in because, and I said to him, you need to deal with Mr. Perumal now because he's not listening. And at that point, I was saying to them, if you withdraw it, okay, if you put it in the docket already, and then now you file a withdrawal of that, and then you go to the commissioner of NASCOM and you say, I'm withdrawing that report. You cannot do that. You have to supplement your report and say that based on new findings, I make new recommendations. So I doubt that the report was withdrawn. I also doubt that the legal department of SAPS would have allowed it in that manner.
But you're not aware whether or not it was withdrawn? Okay, thank you.
Can I just get clarity on this? So this relates to the Lushaba matter.
Correct.
But when did the split happen where Mr. Rapesu was assigned the Lushaba matter and the other team was assigned the Mokwele matter?
Around the 16th to the 20th of January 2025, there was a separation
Okay.
of the team members.
So you weren't being kept abreast about the Mokwele matter,
Correct.
but you were being kept abreast about the Lushaba matter by Mr. Rapesu.
Until the 30th of January, correct. Oh, well, actually, no, just a little bit before. He
Oh, yes.
didn't know anything about it until the 10th of February when he received the letter. And then on the 10th of February, he ceased work.
Yes.
So,
So I think that is what's missing in our timeline is that when he gets suspended, who then takes over the Lushaba case?
Mr. Perumal and Mr. Padiachi. And after that, it went from an investigation of what transpired at station level. And all of a sudden, I really didn't understand, and until now I don't understand, why Crime Intelligence Vetting Department was constantly filing affidavits. Because even in the Lushaba matter, there's 3 affidavits, one of whom is a 204.
So when you say that you weren't being kept abreast, that would have been from February when Mr. Rapesu is no longer on the Lushaba matter?
Correct.
But you were aware that the Lushaba matter is now being investigated by Mr. Perumal and his team?
Correct.
And you're not aware then what's happening on that investigation?
Correct.
Okay. Are you asking for updates or how does the process work?
I'm supposed to be updated on every single witness that's consulted, every step of the investigation. Where there's problems with witness statements, I'm supposed to get the drafts, I'm supposed to proofread, I'm supposed to analyze. When it's a 204, I'm supposed to peruse a draft before we can take it to Advocate Johnson to authorize a 204. None of those things were happening.
Yes, I think we get to the point at some stage where you say the 204 process, where you were bypassed and Advocate Johnson sort of said to you she's happy with the process, the 204 can go ahead. But at this stage when he sends you this message, do you then, because you're not responding to him immediately, but at some point you must be engaging him now on what's happened, and do you have a meeting? How do you get updates now? Because now you know that there's been progress on the Lushaba matter. What happens from there? And Mr. Cameron's affidavit, does that relate to the Lushaba matter as well?
No.
Okay. So why were you being told about his affidavit?
I think the purpose of, and this will also be addressed when I speak of the meeting of the 8th of July, 2025. Advocate Johnson would send certain instructions to me through Mr. Perumal. So my understanding of this message was that Mr. Perumal wanted me to know that Advocate Johnson wanted us to get going on the Lushaba matter. Okay. And then there was a meeting subsequent to that on the 11th of April. I think it's the 11th.
And before he was taken off the Lushaba matter, what was Mr. Rapesu's view of the matter?
So Mr. Rapesu interviewed 2 crime intelligence officers that had been tasked to go and for, if I have to use the term that they used, go clean up a mess. Okay. And then when he received the docket, he looked at the C clip and the A1. So in my first evidence, I spoke about how the first entry of the C clip would speak to the A1 with regards to suspects, dates. The whole thing is literally summarized for when the detective takes over. And then the B clip, when you look at the middle section, if you lift all the correspondence that's usually there, there's a little block that says when a docket was allocated to an investigating officer, meaning a detective, and when they sign for it. So it's sort of a check and balance because it'll be on the casing system and then it'll also be on the docket. Mr. Rapesu then, and he updated me via WhatsApp throughout the day of every move. And so he then consulted, he found out that accused number 2, Makhashwa, was not even on duty, and that he was told by the crime intelligence officers who were tasked from crime intelligence at the time at 2022 to go and speak to the A1 and A2, meaning the first SAPS officials to respond to the complaints. When he consulted with them, he wanted the original 38 docket to take to them.
That's Valeria.
Valeria 38 docket. Mr. Perumal refused to allow Mr. Rapesu to have the docket, even though he was the investigating officer on the matter. Hence the message from Advocate Johnson that she had handed everything over to Dylan, Chief and Padiachi, O'Brien. So I told him to work off the copies that I had made for him and the whole team of those dockets. And in those copies was Valeria 38. When he consulted with the so it was they work in crews, so the van went to the house of Lushaba, and the person, the more senior, who took down the affidavit of what had transpired while Mr. Lushaba was dictating, etc., etc. He said that this was not the statement, and then he filed a statement saying that this could not be the A1 because it's one, not in his handwriting, and two, he had commissioned it, and it had been commissioned at the physical address of Mr. Lushaba. So that affidavit was sent to me via WhatsApp. I sent it to Advocate Johnson. Then the following day, Mr. Rapesu met with another crime intelligence officer who was also tasked with in 2022. And then he also met with the crew member of the, what I call the A1, because he was the first person to file an affidavit with regards to what transpired after Valeria Cas 38 was opened. He filed an affidavit in confirmation of what had transpired in where Mr. Lushaba goes to the police station. He's told to wait at his residence. A van will come, a SAPS van. The SAPS van attends the statement, and the docket is opened at the house. Accused number 2, Makhashwa, is not even there. But the statement in the Valeria Cas 38, as it stands now, is an affidavit commissioned by the detective Makhashwa. So the investigations progressed. Mr. Rapesu went to speak to the station commander. The station commander also had his own concerns about this docket. And he voiced same with regards to the amount of pressure that he was receiving from accused number 3 and 4 to close this docket. In fact, he says, accused number 3 and 4 said to me, "Don't you want to make your life easier and just close this docket as undetected?" The commander also speaks about, he did his own investigations with regards to cell phone records and all of those things. He confirms that he has the video, or he viewed the video footage referred to in Mr. Lushaba and the friend's affidavit. But that video footage is gone. It's nowhere. What is labeled as video footage and put in the SAP 13 and an SAP or exhibit bag is actually cell phone records that were obtained by the commander. So that USB of the video footage is gone.
And this is everything that Mr. Rapesu did before he gets taken off the matter?
Correct.
And he reported that to you?
He reported, he filed, there were affidavits filed with regards to those things. The commander also referred Mr. Rapesu to the initial person that was allocated to the docket on the CAS system, and explained to Mr. Rapesu, who then explained to me that, and later when I consulted with this station commander, was that it seemed like it was allocated to her because she had just come back from maternity leave and she was brand new. She also files a statement about how she was receiving phone calls from Mr. Lushaba, dictating certain things, that Mr. Lushaba didn't want to deal with her, he didn't want to file a supplementary, he wasn't making the witness on the housebreaking available. The commander also confirms to me that during consultation that on the day that Mr. Lushaba eventually filed a supplementary, he refused to do it in isolation from the witness. So he wanted the commander to do both statements together, and he was interjecting, and there was a lot of. But the friend, so Mr. Lushaba says that he did not go for any medical treatment, etc. The friend's statement says that he drove Mr. Lushaba for blood tests because Mr. Lushaba suspected that he was drugged. And I repeat, the charges on Mr. Lushaba's docket and the three other accused was not that he was not a victim. It was what had happened at the level of the station in order to quickly close that docket. And the statements speak to that right until Mr. Rapesu stopped. Also, it must be noted that 2 out of the 4 accused, when I was still dealing with the matter, approached me for 105A. We were in negotiations when I was removed from the matter.
What is 105A?
It is a plea and sentence agreement between accused and the state.
Okay, so why did Advocate Sarunya, he had a different assessment of the matter? Did he not have access to the investigations that Mr. Rapesu had done?
I was not allowed to. Mr. Rapesu was persona non grata. In fact, if you mentioned his name, Mr. Padiachi would stand up and say, "Don't talk about him, that man put my life at risk," no matter where we were. So I wasn't allowed to share the report. In fact, there's emails where Mr. Padiachi and Mr. Perumal had informed the ID that Mr. Rapesu did nothing on that docket. It just came as and they denied that the documents that Mr. Rapesu was forced to hand over when he got the letter contained statements and the report. And to be very honest, the report was handed to every person via USB on every update.
I know that the report by Mr. Rapesu, I think it's titled preliminary report or something like that, but it's a report by Mr. Rapesu. That is also one of the documents that needs to be obtained and included in the bundle.
Correct.
But I think Mr. Rapesu didn't have it, but you do have it.
I do, yes, correct.
Because he had emailed it to you.
And I had emailed it to everyone, correct.
And when you say you've emailed it to everyone, it wouldn't have been Mr. Serunye because he wasn't part of the team yet, or would it have been?
No, Mr. Serunye came in only in August. All of this was happening in March, April, May. So when he analyzed the docket, in fact, Mr. Serunye and I had a discussion about it, not after the testimony, but at the time in August, where I admitted that I was rushing the charge sheet and I had not put accused 2 where I was supposed to put accused 2. I had put accused 1. But I was trying to explain to him what it was, but Mr. Serunye, or Advocate Serunye, concentrated on the explanation provided to him by Mr. Padiachi, and with the report of Mr. Rapesu, he was never provided so that he could understand the sequence of the investigation.
So the view that you and Mr. Rapesu held at the time was that there was a prima facie case?
Correct, and it was confirmed in the meeting where Mr. Sissoko was present.
And which meeting was that?
The one that Mr. Sarunya spoke about yesterday, where he wanted the presentations.
We wanted the presentations. Okay, I think we'll get to that at some point. Now, after Mr. Rapesu's out of the picture on Mr. Lushaba, General Lushaba's matter, and is the main investigator now Mr. Pariachi, or is it Mr. Perumal? Who's the investigator?
Must I answer that?
Yes.
It's
I
too
know
late
you
not
have-
to be blunt, so I'm going to be blunt. Commissioners, Mr. Padiachi does not know investigation. He is, and even if you look at the emails that I'm providing to the commission, even his affidavits for the J50s, he's never drafted them. Those affidavits are drafted by Mr. Perumal and emailed by Mr. Perumal, and they're in 2 different provinces. And he would say, Brian, peruse, team peruse. So those, everything, and like I said, I know the style because I've been working with them for almost 4 years now. The other aspect is that I know that Mr. Padiachi was struggling with the investigation because on numerous occasions I had instructed Mr. Padiachi to do, so when we were discussing, if we go back to the aspect where we're saying 28s must be done on this and 28s must be done on that, on page 7.
Of file 11.
File 11. It reached a point where I had to remind Mr. Padiachi that you are also a senior investigator, you're not a chief investigator. You're on the same rank as Mr. Rapeso. So I'm dividing. You do this, you do this. When it was eventually done, it was done by Mr. Perumal. So even at 28, Mr. Padiachi struggled to do. And on one occasion, Mr. Padiachi had said to me, I'm still new to this, so I need you to guide me through this, whatever. But if you're asking me for guidance, then you must also be willing to learn. And you must be able, because he would sit and he would say, let me tell you how crime intelligence is working, how crime intelligence is working. Whenever I would ask why there was a shortage of evidence in an affidavit obtained, it would be, let me tell you. And I said, no, but you, irrespective of what you know, in order for me to make a decision on the evidence, it has to be in the statement. So,
You sound like you, I'm not saying that's your intention. You sound like you agree with General Mkwanazi that Colonel Padiachi knows nothing about investigations. Is that a fair
it's a fair assessment.
assessment?
Having worked with him since January 2025. Actually, I worked with him on the other 27 referral, but he came in much later after the investigation was done.
Thank you.
So yes.
Thank you.
Now, in your statement,
Maybe before you do that, let me ask a question. It relates to that WhatsApp message from Mr. Perumal about his meeting with Mr. Cameron. It's where it says, meeting went very well, full support from him. What did you understand that to mean? Because from the affidavit that we looked at earlier, it seemed, and your notes, looking at your earlier notes, that they went to see him about the appearance of the National Commissioner and his team on vetting issues. I think you said that's vetting crime intelligence. That's why they went there, and that affidavit seems to speak to that, even though it doesn't say they lied. It said, look at the record of our meeting, compare that with your intelligence dockets. Members were not satisfied. That's all he says. when he says so it would appear that their engagement with him would have been limited to that particular question, the vetting, crime intelligence. What did you understand Mr. Perumal to say when he says we have full support from Mr. Cameron? That what you understood or what he said?
I understood him to have meant that they went to Mr. Cameron with a specific narrative in mind, and that narrative was accepted. And I say this because I had been working with them for so long. I have sat in 2 or 4 negotiations on other matters, so I know how they think, how they work. They went to him with a specific narrative, and he was on board.
And the narrative would be what? Because in the bigger scheme, you have said to us the big scheme. Let me be careful not attribute to you things that you didn't say. So if I were paraphrase, bear with me. That it seems the big scheme here was the cleaning up of the SAPs for whatever purpose, because that's what your head says. I met with the minister, he wants our assistance to clean up the SAPs. So maybe that's why everything is happening, I don't know. When you say they went there with a narrative, is it that he's giving full support for the cleaning up of the SAPs, or is it for arresting and charging crime intelligence people, including the National Commissioner? When you say narrative that you think they went there with, and that's what Perumal is speaking to when he says that Mr. Cameron gives his full support, what in fact do you have in mind, or are you seeking to convey to us?
My understanding of the narrative by then was exactly what they were perpetuating, that General Kumalo and General Masiamula need to leave. They need to be gone.
So your understanding was that, and you may well have been wrong in your understanding,
correct.
So you're not placing it higher than what you made of it. Your understanding was that Perumal is conveying that Cameron supports that agenda.
Correct.
He may well be misrepresenting what happened between him and Cameron, so we're not placing it higher than that.
Correct. And also, just to repeat, by then, Advocate Johnson had already said we must look into a link of PKTT and Cameron, in Cameron. Also, we have the WhatsApps where Mr. Perumal is sending me documents that were top secret, contain very, very dangerous information about a person and their lifestyle, their families, etc. For the purpose of security of Mr. Cameron. So how did we go from investigating how Mr. Cameron went to get, or how Mr. Cameron got protection, his risk assessment, and the PKTT involvement, to he's now on board?
Thank you.
I just got word that there's a need for a comfort break.
Yes,
Let's adjourn. We'll be told when to come back.
Thank you, Chair.